So that's your job. And your job is to be willing to die. You're a soldier, man. You're so on the front line. You've gone too far to turn back. If you went and hid in a basement for 6 weeks, people all over the world would think the government had killed you. So you have to understand your obligation, what the universe have gave you. And so just want you to know. Man, I looked at that smile on your face just now. And the first time I ever wished I was a photographer to take that picture and let the world see that honesty and that integrity. And know some of the things I know, how you'll drive all over the country to chase us down.
It's like a stalker, though.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Chase us down. Okay?
I do feel like I have an obligation for people. I mean, it's bigger than me.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But no, being business, you can't see it. It was business to Trump. He saw nothing.
All right.
Okay? I just saw it, that smile. Okay. And so again, I just say, man, I thank you. I look at Kathy Hughes, what she's able to do with that show. I look at Carl Nelson, the Joe Madisons. You know, some can go further than others because some got leeway. But I just say, man, to sit here, my birthday, it's the weekend. Thank you for contributing to my birthday. You know, all I say is thank you. We move so fast. I don't know if you're married, I don't know if you're a family, I don't know if you're a wife. But when we get on here, we bosom friends. Anytime I see you, I stop whatever I'm doing. Hey, my man, how are you? Hey. Hey, man, what, you know? I owe that to you. Because together, we can beat this thug. Because it's the universal God. And so again, I just say thank you. Thank you for running me down, man. So again, but that's the obligation that you have. How old are you?
Oh, 36.
Well, you don't have the right to do what 36 people do. You don't have the right to go to the dance or go to the party. You don't have a right to take that trip to Europe when I might need that plane fare to fly somebody else to feed my people that love me. You feed them. Oh, it's one thing being hungry from food.
Right.
There's another thing being hungry for information.
That's right.
And that's you the feeder. You got to be the farmer. You got to grow the crop. You got to till the grain. And at nighttime, when you hear something that sounds like water, you got to go see if the crop's going to be flooded. That's your job, man.
That's right.
And then you got to deal with people that think you're crazy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, that's their way out. I'm embarrassed that you told me this, and I didn't know it, so I think you're crazy. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba Gregory, and the birds of the great Duke Ellington. We love you madly. Keep on producing and pushing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm loving it. Welcome everybody to the wonderful, infiltrating, agitated edition of We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. I'm your host with the mostest, Brother Ron, also known as R2, C2H2, the artivist, and we are on happy Saturday time, y'all. It is May the 9th, 2026. It's also the birthday, the day of the one and only legendary John Brown, one of the greatest human beings that ever lived. Dick Gregory's favorite person. Dick Gregory will call him the greatest American. It has been known and documented that Baba Dick would on occasion go to Harper's Ferry to honor the legacy of this extraordinary, exceptional person who was willing to give his life to help free Black people. Because, you know, slavery is America's original sin. And like are we going back in those times? Because I'm looking at the state of Tennessee, or the 3 states of Memphis, right? Tennessee is an interesting state in the Union. You know, Tennessee is about 440 miles across. You know, that's like the same mile or distance between, I believe, Cleveland and New York City, if not mistaken. A lot of states touch the state of Tennessee, but you got 3 states of Tennessee. You got West Tennessee. I'm on the west side. That's the best side. Yay, yay. All eyes on me. You got Memphis, Tennessee. That's the capital of the Delta, the Mississippi Delta. You got Middle Tennessee. That's Limestone. That's Nashville, Cashville, so-called Music City. But we know who the real Music City is. Memphis got more songs about it than any American city. In the history of American recording music, there are more references and songs about Memphis, Tennessee than any place in the country. More than Chicago, more than Los Angeles, more than New Orleans, more than New York, and more than Nashville and the ATL. Memphis. And also you got East Tennessee, the Appalachians or Appalachian, what they call it. And what's interesting about me, I was actually born in Knoxville at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville Hospital. I was actually born and educated, y'all. My mom was a student. My father was a student. He was studying engineering. My mom was doing her thing. They actually met in college. She's from Memphis, Tennessee. He's from Saginaw, Michigan. Can you tell? And come to find out that his 8th grade math teacher is my mama's aunt. My grand aunt Irma was his math teacher. So I mean, maybe all they had to do was come together to bring me into this matrix. And that was probably the best thing they ever did, or the greatest thing they ever did together, was to bring me into this matrix. Because I was not born a bastard. I was actually born or conceived on their wedding night. And they got married at my aunt Bernice's home back in the day, up in Saginaw, Michigan. So it's a family affair. So I was conceived on their wedding night, and I was born April 23rd, 1980. I made my premiere on the world stage, my debut, April 23rd, 1980. Happy holiday to me. This is Taurus season. Can you tell, baby, everything's manifesting at an accelerated rate, because Uranus has left Taurus. Now Uranus is in Gemini. And, you know, I study astrology, astronomy, zodiac, and all that stuff. So basically, if you're a fixed sign in the zodiac, I'm a Taurus. So all the fixed signs are Taurus, Aquarius, I think Scorpio, and Leo. We've been going through 8 years of unprecedented hell. So our Jubilee came on April 26th of this year. So things that have been deferred and denied in the past are going to be overflowing. I'm going to receive that message, because I'm a Taurus sun and a Leo moon. But without further ado, the man with the plan, if not the master plan, the man with some plans and some insight to this Hellcat of a weekend, or a week rather, that we experienced in good old Tennessee, with the city of good abode getting split 3 ways. So without delay, we're bringing on the one and only Judge Joe Brown.
All
Sir,
right.
how you doing?
Good morning, young man.
Good morning, Grand Risers. As soon as I found out what was going on this week, the only person I thought about talking about all this week and looking forward to talking to was you, Honorable Judge Joe Brown. You are truly indeed wise counsel.
All right. Where shall we start?
We're gonna be a lot about Tennessee today. I gotta start with your take on the splitting of the three of Tennessee, of Memphis into 3 districts because of the
Well,
back. What happened in the Supreme Court? Go ahead, sir.
it's interesting. The likely result of it will probably be the election of the first black congressperson in Tennessee in 20 years, and that would be Ms. Charlotte Bergman from what is now the 9th District.
Mm,
Steve Cohen will be probably in the 5th if I look at the map right. So we will gain our first black congresswoman in our history. And that's interesting. Now,
mm,
for the last 20 years, unless Steve Cohen has really been a Negro secretly passing for being a white Jewish congressman who is a member of the Congressional Gay Caucus, then we haven't had black representation in 20 years.
mm,
So I find it interesting all across the country, everybody's lamenting how Tennessee will be losing black representation when it hasn't had any. So
mm,
that's just a manipulation of the press. That's that old tell a lie long enough, loud enough, you can get anybody to believe it. And essentially, if I can be real crude about it, the
mm,
old Democratic Party slave masters have once again taken some Negroes they not earned, they own, and put them to work, not for King Cotton, but for Tranny Queen Rainbow. So it's kind of strange listening to all the hullabaloo. And I see the retro afro wearing uh, Justin Pearson up in Nashville clowning around like he did with the little vanilla cupcakes that he marched in there a few years ago to protest gun ownership. And it seems he's gotten quite a bit of money donated to him in the Nashville and national arena for being anti-gun, but he's going around to the gun shops and gun ranges here trying to lie about being pro-gun in the Memphis area so he doesn't get the backlash. And the big picture is what's going to be the case in 10 to 15 years. And we are not looking at the dynamics of Shelby County, which embrace a massive influx of Hispanics. The population of Shelby County is now over 30% Hispanic.
mm,
And what is likely to happen is when this wave hits the Tennessee area, where very shortly there'll no longer be a majority race anywhere in the country. There will be large minorities. We won't be the largest.
mm,
So, what some of these rather ignorant, ill advised, and unknowledgeable Democrats are doing is they are advocating for the continuance of a situation that, had it not been altered, would have drastically diminished black influence in politics in the Tennessee area.
mm,
So that's good. And the other thing, too, is the Voting Rights Amendment was never supposed to give blacks an advantage. It was supposed to remedy a situation where they had artificially had any equality removed. So once that remedy was achieved, there was no longer any need for it. And America has long had a principle of law which says when the reason for a law ceases to exist, so must the law and its application cease to exist.
mm.
So black folk really don't suffer any political disadvantage in spite of what the whiners say about it. We control most of the large urban areas in America, and as a fact, that started off 50 some years ago when Mayor Tom Bradley was mayor in Los Angeles. Dinkins was in New York, and you had Harold Washington in Chicago.
Mhm.
Now you've got non-white or non-majority ethnic mayors in New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and then the list gets longer. Goes down through Memphis, and we've had one white mayor here since 1991 when Doc Harrington got elected. We did have the Ford family occupying the congressional seat from 1974 up to 20 years ago,
Mhm.
2006. And now we've had white Jewish Steve Cohen in there for 20 years. And he's a member of what they call the Liberty Caucus, which is the gay caucus in Congress. And he's been doing a lot more for that than he has for black people in Memphis. You look at the 170 some $1 million that Ford brought in here, Harold Ford Sr., for such as Peabody Place and other developments around the city. And Steve Cohen has brought in a total of 13 million, not 178 million in 20 years. He's gotten money for the reconstruction of the Mississippi Bridge, but the Corps of Engineers had demanded that anyway, so that's not really an accomplishment.
Mhm.
He's boosted the what they call the Millington Mafia, which is a consortium of white real estate managers, developers, and people in the construction industry to motivate the county commissioners and the city councils involved into coming up with projects that the people will pay for and that they'll get to build and get enriched.
Mm.
And I've spoken on that at great length. That's real estate acquisition, management, development, bribing city council and county commissioners, and then getting the contract to build where you get the money for the construction and for the construction materials. And they build something that is not up to specifications and deteriorates quickly or it breaks down, and on top of it all has no real public purpose. You can get uh, the Mid-America Mall, which for years was an eyesore down there, wiped out all of the business that was on Main Street.
Mhm.
You had Mud Island development, not the housing one, but the amusement park thing that was a total waste. You've got these kind of things that have come into play. Beale Street, where nobody black owns anything down there. The rents are extraordinary. We get $250 to $500 a month as a city from the leaseholders, and they sublet from 10, 15, 20 up to over 40,000 a month. And the leases have expired. I think the newest one has been expired 30, 32 years, something like that. And it ought to be on a month-to-month tenancy
Mhm.
with a requirement that the leaseholder actually operate a business down there. And we need to get those big rents. But of course, what's going on is those businesses are handy devices to engage in money laundering down there, which is a lucrative industry in Memphis. And let's see, we don't have a city effort to ramp up the barge trafficking, which could make us the biggest seaport for the Atlantic trade and also the Pacific trade going through the Suez Canal and the Mediterranean coming here. But we have nobody looking into that because of incompetence. and motivation to stay out of that because it would interfere with those other groups as exemplified by the so-called Millington Mafia that would become small fish in a very large pond. We don't have anybody utilizing the fact that you've got the Mississippi River down here to use modular hydroelectric generating units, which they use in Africa and Asia, that could provide us with unlimited electrical power. And we wouldn't need batteries since the Mississippi River doesn't have tides in it. It keeps flowing in one direction 24/7. So we lose out on a lot of stuff. They're trying to run Elon Musk out because of environmental concerns, which are not manifest because the EPA hasn't checked anything out, in spite of some people lying to us about that. Musk is trying to donate an $87 million water purification plant to replace the decrepit devices that Memphis Light Gas and Water has on board that have deteriorated badly. Uh, Smell, come on now. We're not talking about that. We've got that refinery that's been over there for 75 years that is polluting the hell out of the area. And quite frankly, the area of Memphis looks literally like a third world shithole. Potholes all in the streets, trash all over the streets, crime is rampant, unemployment, is just sky high over there, and the politics are excruciatingly corrupt. So we get a myth going here because people are seeking bribes. We've got $220 million spent for renovation of the Sheraton Hotel that's tax money, and then the taxpayers turn around and buy the renovated hotel for almost $250 million. And then we turn back and we lease that hotel that we've paid for back to the Sheraton for something ridiculously low, just in a matter of dollar a year, with supposedly 6% of the net going to the city. And of course, the accountants for Sheridan zero that net out, so there's nothing to pay to the city. But some of our officials get money under the table. We've got the Redbird Studio uh, baseball stadium with that field that's grass, 25 acres across from it, that used to be the Greyhound Bus Depot complex. And a developer bought that for just $660,000 when it's nominally had been valued somewhere close to $60 million in worth.
Wow.
And then we put $210 million into financing what, under the planning for the thing, is supposed to be 28 luxury units, gated, and some upscale boutiques. Then we combine that with a move to tighten up parking downtown. So basically, the only people that would be allowed to park there would be those who own businesses or residents. Downtown Memphis is not being converted into a business center, but a residential one. And most of those old office buildings are being converted to condos.
Mm-hmm.
So we as a city get nothing out of it for our very high expense, and some other people do. The parking's supposed to move down to the fairgrounds, and you're supposed to take a bus from the fairgrounds to get downtown. But then we look at who's getting the benefits, and we go back to the county commission where Van Turner and Tammy Sawyer introduced a legislative act so that Van Turner's corporation, Green Space, would be able to buy the park where Nathan Bedford was located on Union, and the one where Jeff Davis was located next to the Metal Museum for just $1,000, no bid. They paid relative or a relative to take the statues down, store the statues at several $1,000s a month for 3 years, and then contrived to get the property interest in the statues and sold them for several $1,000,000 to a museum. That was supposed to be our money, but we didn't get it. They would be allowed to operate the fairgrounds, and Strickland came up with a cockamamie plan to convert the Liberty Bowl into a soccer arena for $700 million, and then build a new football stadium nominally for $3.5 billion on the off chance that they can occasionally get the Tennessee Titans to play there and might have a bid in the future for the Super Bowl in somewhere in the future. Meanwhile, we can't drive down Presley Boulevard without blowing out tires because of the decrepit nature of the street surface, and same with a lot of other places. Crime was rampant out of control by any reasonable metric. Memphis was the most dangerous city in America and the 10th most dangerous in the world. The Memphis Safe Task Force, composed of 12 agencies, federal and state and local, has been here since October last year, and crime has dropped 43%. But that's supposed to be a bad thing, so we have our usual idiots murder mouthing that. So I guess they can get more murder. And the interesting spectacle of people who represent districts in Memphis who have a personal physical fear of walking in their districts. We have a mayor that can't go anywhere without a uniformed escort of police because he's afraid of his people. We have all sorts of boondoggles. They got rid of Wanda Halbert. But the interesting thing is, she's a scapegoat for the fact that the county mayor's office and the state comptroller have stolen millions of dollars of taxpayers' money by misappropriating it from the clerk's office accounts, and they've turned it trying into seed money to develop what they thought was going to be a hugely lucrative proposition with Blue Oval taking over Mason. That's tied up with some regulations from a referendum that Memphis passed in 1997 about who Memphis Light, Gas, and Water can supply. So they want to turn 5,280 people in Mason into 250,000 inside of a decade in what would be Blue Oval. Blue Oval on its website is saying it's already hired 15,000 people and is soon to have 20,000 people that it hired. But interestingly enough, Blue Oval is not an American corporation, it's South Korean. And the soon to be 20,000 people that they're committed to hiring are South Koreans living in South Korea that they had counted on the Biden Harris administration continuing and allowing them to bring in easily and displace all of the American / Shelby Countyans who would have expected to work there. So it's a big mess that's going on in this city, and a lot of what was being said had to do with it. Now, you'll hear this thing bandied around called building bridges. That's code for, hey, under the table, behind closed doors, that's a reach out so that certain old line Republicans can work with the Democrats to continue the opportunities to feed at the public trough so that they don't put in the public trough, they take out of the public trough. So beware of that kind of thing. And quite frankly, I think I'm going to write my dog in for the mayor's race because there's nobody in that I think is capable of handling it. Certainly not Lowry and certainly not DeBerry. So all of them have questionable things, and we might also ask why one candidate on the Democratic side, Harold Collins, still has a little matter concerning an embezzlement situation from a decade and a half ago that has not been dismissed and is still pending. When he was driving Miss Daisy, meaning Amy Wyrick, he was her driver, and some things like that. So we might ask what it is that we're being told by all of these people that have questionable situations. And by the way, when you look at the Memphis Safe Task Force, one of the largest contingencies in that task force outside of the National Guard and the state police and the Memphis Police Department happens to be IRS. So look
Yeah.
what's happened with Edmund Ford with that one. And if you want to get a refresher course on what the IRS can do, think of that famous, notorious American gangster, Al Capone, Mr. Murder Incorporated, Mr. St. Valentine's Day Massacre, and all that other kind of stuff. Elliot Ness didn't get him. It was IRS that got him. So that's why they're here. And a lot of our folk probably are not breathing well because they're worried about what they've been doing, catching up with them. So we've got a pretty sorry mess, but Charlotte Bergman is likely to be the first black congressman or congresswoman ever and first black congressperson we've had in Tennessee in 20 years as a result of this. So, she seems to be leading in the polls and she's become nationally interesting because people are looking at Tennessee and saying, what in the world are these Negroes complaining about? They're talking about losing representation, and they don't have any now unless Steve Cohen is passing for white, Negro passing for white. So they're likely to gain some. So why are they protesting? And then the thing, the light bulb goes on. Oh, these are the crooks that have been ruining the cities in America with no law enforcement, no job opportunities, all sorts of whacked out promises they can't keep, and generally poor government. You look at Bass, she's out there trying to explain that absolute disaster that came about due to her incompetence with the Palos Verdes fire. You look at what's going on. Lori Lightfoot has left a huge legacy, now shouldered completely and added to a negative legacy by Johnson up there. And then you look at Zohan, aka Mondami in New York, and seen some absolutely astonishing socialist and slash communist proposals that he's got trying to run. You go down to Fannie Willis and Sheriff LaButte down there in Atlanta in that mess. And then you look at Memphis and how far it's fallen. And it's absolutely absurd listening to that. We are not getting black representation stripped because it only impacts one particular position, impacted one position in the whole of Tennessee, and that was the congressional office for the 9th District. And we didn't have that anyway. So why are the black folk upset? And then the other thing is you have to take Steve Cohen being in there for 20 years since 2006 with a big grain of salt, and that's the Justice Department finding in 2006 that due to the deballed voting machines, the election process in Memphis was hopefully corrupted. And in 2008, they put the money up, but it wasn't until 2020 that the county commission allowed the money to be spent after presumably they got threatened with personal lawsuit by the feds. And 2020 in January, the Justice Department issued a report saying that that election cycle was honest, with integrity, et cetera, but it turned around for the 14th largest urban area in America, meaning us,
Mm-hmm.
in the same week, and said once again, this area did not get a legitimate election because it was corrupted by the deballed voting machines, which Shelby County still used, and we were the last in the country to use them. California dumped theirs in the Pacific Ocean. Washington did, not D.C., but the state. Hawaii did, and everybody divested themselves of those machines because they were so easily corruptible. Now, that might explain why he's been in there for 20 years, but he's been in. So now is our chance, since he and Pearson will be in what looks to uh, be the reconstituted 5th congressional district. And we have Charlotte Bergman, who was leading anyway in a lot of polls in what used to be the 9th. So we gain our first black congressperson in 20 years, not lose it. So it's something to be looked at. We need to look at the folk who are telling us this and say, why are you lying to us? What is it you're gaining? And how do you manage to get rich when, this it doesn't even pay 25,000 a year these days, does it, for that position being on city council or the county
I think it's
commission?
a 30 some thousand.
Or
I'm
is
not
it
mistaken.
32 now?
Something like, I think it's in the 30s, but they keep
I
on giving
can't hear
themselves
you.
raise. Oh, you can't hear me, Judge? Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Let me see. I'm gonna bring you back in and out. See. Judge, can you hear me?
You want me to go out and come back
Yeah,
in?
it'll be fine. Yeah.
Let me do that.
Yeah, so Judge talking some game. Like, I just want to set the mood. I think it's very important that Judge was very knowledgeable about the dealings of Memphis and Shelby County, regardless of what you think about his perspective while he lay out the situation, the lay of the land. He's entitled to his opinion and perspective, but he's very knowledgeable about the ins and outs of this system in Shelby County, Tennessee, and Memphis. So it's always a pleasure to have him try to educate and inform our masses. Judge, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
That was interesting. I'm glad you laid out that. I was trying to explain to the lay folk and the scholars as well that you're very pertinent in this discussion because you got a lot of experience in dealing with the ins and outs of this infrastructure of Shelby County, Tennessee, and Memphis. And why I think it's interesting because I just like I'm enjoying this. I'm loving the chaos because it's ironic to me that these folks still want to stay on a Democratic plantation when it was black Republicans that gave the Democrats their power in Shelby County. It was Robert Church Jr. and the Lincoln League that gave Boss Crump his power. Period. It's black voters that give the power. But you go back 20 years ago, we could have been had a black congresswoman in office if only people supported Nikki Tinker, who was a viable candidate then. Harold Ford was trying to be, Junior was trying to be the senator, but he had them Playboy Bunny days that the white folks used out in East Tennessee to derail him with Bob Corker, the former mayor of Chattanooga. But black voters, see, this is the thing. What we need to do is load up on the system. Because if you look at Shelby County, Tennessee, you got about 600,000 registered voters. In Memphis, you got almost 400,000 registered voters, but only 57,000 came out for the primaries. Maybe in all, maybe 70 to 90,000 people participated. But if you want to overrun a corrupt system, because they love it when there's a low voter turnout, low information value. The news failed the people, local news, but they love a low voter turnout. Ramp up the voter turnout and watch the machine fall apart. Watch
Okay,
who we really
well,
run the
yeah.
Wizard of Oz.
I ran for city mayor after I got asked by the late Ms. Barbara Cooper, Dr. Barbara Cooper, to do so.
Mm-hmm.
She was head of my committee before she died tragically. She fell and got a blood clot and died of complications on that, but she was 94 still in every session of the state legislature. So interestingly enough, for the last 5 weeks before the election, the commercial appeal 3, 5, 13, and 24 were running county clerk or general sessions court clerk Joe Brown's picture, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't let me use the term judge, even though I have a certificate around here from a governor saying henceforth and forever you are entitled to use, et cetera, for the
Yeah.
rest of your life. And they try to confuse people, and they did. I didn't get a whole lot of votes, though I've gotten almost 240,000, 280,000 votes last time I got elected to state judge, trial judge, criminal
Mm-hmm.
court judge, Division 9. And interestingly enough, I'm the only person since 1863 to have that happen where you got every precinct in the county in a contested election. And my opponent's mama ran the commercial appeal. So it's interesting, but there were 17 people in that race. And it was poorly construed. They didn't have any debate, anything like that. It was just nonsense orchestrated to say it's pablum. And what we really want is somebody that is promising to promote the Cooper Young Midtown area at the expense of the rest of the urban environment. And then when Cohen got elected 20 years ago, what happened is Harold Ford Jr. ran for senator. And I think I told him personally, I said, man, I don't know why you're doing this, but you have the chance of the proverbial snowball escaping hell of getting this position. But he did. And what wound up happening was there were 14 people running as the Democratic candidate for the replacement. And Steve Cohen was on the only white one in there, and he had the Jewish community, the white community, and the gay community over in the Cooper Young area supporting him, and he became the nominee. And the Negroes felt they were owned by the Democratic Party at that point in time, so he became the congressman. He did have credible Randy Wade working for him, but Mr. Wade and the congressman had a falling out, which I credit to the resurfacing of Mr. Wade's wisdom and discernment. So, yeah. And Boss Crump's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Church, we've talked about this. I don't know, you may have told the viewing audience or the listening audience, but we need to refresh their recollection. Robert Church was the first black millionaire or close to it in the United States. And his father had been the most affluent plantation owner in Mississippi before the Civil War. But old man Church's legitimate sons got killed off in the Civil War, so he had no heirs. And under Mississippi law, all of his extensive properties, holdings, and money would have
Mm-hmm.
is cheated to the state of Mississippi, meaning, in other words, when he died, the state would get it. So he declared a son he had with a favorite high-bright slave mistress
Mm-hmm.
to be his heir. That was Robert Church. He also implemented some changes in Southern law. So all of the former Confederate states had a provision that was on their books up until about 1930 that said that if somebody had no more than a certain percentage of known colored ancestry and to the satisfaction of some judge, they looked white, they could be declared Caucasian. Tennessee had that up until 1932. And thereafter, the one drop rule kicked in, but you can't go back and divest somebody from a finding of Caucasian status. So Tennessee has a lot of white people today who are the great grandchildren, grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren of somebody who was colored back when, but declared white. You can see that in a movie where it's the central theme on a prosecution down in Mississippi in 1947 for somebody who looked white. He was blonde, married a white woman, and they prosecuted him for miscegenation. And they sentenced him to a penitentiary term, but the state Supreme Court overturned it because they didn't want the U.S. Supreme Court looking into it. And what it was a white guy who had some remote colored ancestry, and they prosecuted him, but he didn't go in to get declared to be white. It's called The Free State of Jones County, Mississippi. It's a very interesting movie, by the way.
Matthew
And
McConaughey did a great job.
yeah, and I know a retired principal I'm good friends with, she, and the person that's central to that is, in fact, one of her ancestors. So it's interesting.
Knight. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting that you have these situations, and that's a long story, but back to the central one. What happens is Robert Church is in Memphis, and they start taking his properties. And if you read Tennessee property law, it's really weird. And when you say, why in the world does it have this peculiarity? And then you read the case from 1897 or 1903, it says something like the unsuccessful appellant Robert Church, comma, a man of color, comma, protest, etc., etc., etc. They stole from property from him. So his daddy, richest man in Mississippi, sends up a smart young white lawyer to save his son's property. And that lawyer's name was Crump. And he became Boss Crump. And as you were saying, he could not control the white population directly because he never had a white majority of voters. He always had a large white minority. But he had a black bloc vote that was staunchly Republican. And he had people like Lieutenant Lee, who was a U.S. Army officer, black, in World War I, and was here in Memphis, and in the 1920s did a lot to make sure that blacks were organized and could vote. Well, he was a vote broker, and I got to read one of his diaries one time where he was talking about he got $10,000 to deliver the black vote in the 1920s. And that's like somebody giving you $7 or $8 million now. And he spent a little more than 4,000 delivering the vote. And he put the other $6,000 in his pocket, and he was boasting about it in his diary. They named the post office after him here. That was a reward. And it set up this black brokerage thing. But the point is that the black Republicans were the factor in Tennessee politics. Now, there's something unusual about this Voting Rights Act that the local Negroes don't know and the Democrats don't tell you. And that is Tennessee was exempt from the enforcement provisions because unlike every other one of the 11 former states of the Confederacy, black folk in Tennessee never got the vote taken from them. And Boss Crump made sure they got it so he could run Tennessee. So black folk never lost the vote. They were always encouraged to vote, and they did vote. And they put this man in. Now, how strong was Boss Crump? Well, there's a interesting story about the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions coming here in 1952 to play an exhibition game at the Liberty Bowl. Old man Trump had apparently never seen an NFL game in his life live, and he really wanted to see one. So when they came here, he managed to arrive about 15 minutes late. The game had already started, and this is the first and only time it's been done in NFL history. People pointed out who Boss Crump was, and all of these fine young athletes might not make it back on the train to Detroit and Green Bay. So they stopped the game, cleared the scoreboard, kicked off all over again, so Boss Crump could see a whole football game. You weren't allowed to become a preacher, a Boy Scout, or anything in Memphis unless Boss Crump gave you his stamp of approval. Now, that's what's behind all of this. So, black folk have always been Republican up until about 1960, when Nixon stupidly refused to intervene in the King situation, and Kennedy,
Mhm.
being a Democrat, and Democrats being the party of choice in the South at that time, for Sheriff Bubba and the boys, he made some calls to some Southern sheriffs and say, "Hey, look, guys, you may not like me because I'm Catholic, but I am the Democratic nominee, and if we want to maintain control of things, you need to get me in. But you
Mhm.
boys back off of this King fella, and don't whip him up so badly. And you can go get that Bayard Rustin. He likes his ass whooped, so he gets off on it. Um, he's a masochist." And you
Mhm.
get that what is his name? If they want to name the voting rights extension on
Um,
John Lewis,
right.
that little teenage boy, he likes it rough trade, so you can give him all he wants, but back off a King. And that's how a lot of Democrats became Democrats in 1960. I had to write a paper. I was a freshman in high school, and I had to write a paper on it in
Mhm.
1960. So it's interesting. But we have the Lincoln Republicans that the black folks started here, and you couldn't find a Democrat Negro back before 1960, except some snuck and voted for Franklin Delano Roosevelt and then Truman because of economic concerns. But I find this extraordinary that the old slave masters party that bred Negroes to be compliant, docile, and domesticated have used all of the things that they learned before the Civil War and right after to once again assert their control over the local Negroes. But this time, instead of working for King Cotton, they're working for Tranny Queen Rainbow. So it's interesting.
Well, I just want to bring people to date because I think we do a great disservice to our people because we lack really the understanding and awareness of this narrative. Even look at Nathan Bedford Forrest. He was a very powerful Democrat. He was a delegate for the 1868 convention. This is the guy who was the first Grand Wizard of the Klan, also a Memphian, a notorious, very wealthy slave trader, and really a war criminal, if you look at it that way, with the Fort Pillow Massacre. And then you had Albert Pike, who was a Confederate general from Boston, third degree Freemason, and also, quite frankly, the founder of the Klan who lived in Memphis back in the day as well, too. But also, I want to talk to people about, we talking about Boss Crump
Oh, well,
Power.
let's talk about that. Uh,
Yeah.
Candidly, I'm a Mason. I think most of what they say about it is full of shit. It's just a body of people that was loyal. They don't worship demons. We don't worship
Hmm.
demons. Whatever your religion is fine and it's encouraged. But we could be counted on not to snitch on each other and pull off games on each other because the consequences were and still are very harsh if you do so.
Mm.
Now, Jasmine Crockett of Texas, who got district out of existence, she went to school in Memphis. She went to Rhodes College.
Right,
Now,
right.
you know the background for Rhodes College.
Oh,
It
yeah, most
used to
definitely.
be called the Masonic University of Tennessee. Did you know that?
I know
Oh,
about the Southwest part, but I didn't know about Masonic. So they like,
yeah. Well, before it became Southwest, it was the Masonic University of Tennessee. So people need to understand where they got their educations. I don't have any problems with it. And by the way, masonry is not what something white folks created. It goes back to ancient
Right.
China, India, Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
the early civilizations in the Mesopotamian area, Samaria, Babylon, etc. And what it's about, you can look at the emblem. It's a square with a compass. It essentially was something that took a peasant out of the countryside, taught him how to make bricks, taught him how to be a bricklayer, and that made you a mason, a third degree mason nowadays. And then you progressed all the way up to the 33rd level, which is you get to Shriner, which is interesting. What they were teaching people is how to move from being a peasant to being an architectural engineer and build monuments and great buildings. And that was a very valuable education and instructional set for people to possess. So they guarded it jealously. Uh, you did not have a great deal of literacy back then. So when people showed up for their compensation, they usually went to a temple or something like that, or a large building to get their compensation. And what you got depended upon essentially how far into the temple you could get, which is the passwords, codes, signs, and symbols you possessed. The Shriners are all the way into the inner shrine. And that just showed where you were in the organization. Now, in Egypt, as in the Middle East, the pharaoh, the potentate, the sultan, eventually the king, was expected to be conversant with using his hands. So, what better example than to be at the top? So, you have all of the influential people involved in being Masons. And there's a good argument that Jesus himself was a Mason because he was a carpenter, and Masonry depends upon those wood scaffoldings to build stuff. So it's interesting too when you read the King James Bible. If you are versed in Masonry, it has a totally different meaning than the obvious one. Because if I'm a Shriner,
Mm-hmm.
and if I'm talking to one of my brethren, we can carry on a non-normal conversation nobody's going to pick up on, but there's a special meaning between us that's not obvious to the hoi polloi. So when you read the King James Bible with Masonry in mind, you say, oh, that's what they're saying. You know, that's not what the ordinary people take it to mean. So every now and then you'll run into the rare preacher that advanced far enough to know that, and his sermons tend to be very distinctly different when he is instructing in the book, the Bible, than those who are not conversant with the message. So you find a lot of the early people in American history are Masons, and that's because what they were doing could have gotten them hung by the British for treason or sedition. So they could count on their Masonic brothers to be confidential. And as far as it goes about being racist, well, we have black Masons. And how did that start? It was simple. A certain slave owner decided to go to England. He took his slaves, they were black men, and he let them run wild through the Scottish countryside. So they got to be friends with some white folk who happened to be Masons. So they inducted them into Masonry. And when they got back to America, Masonry says you cannot hold a brother as a slave. So they had to be freed, and they set up a black Masonry component to deal with the black folk, and it works. I mean, when I first started practicing law, I had a problem with certain judges now dead
Mm-hmm.
with the masonry thing on. Why didn't you say you was a mason? Never had a problem. I remember I had a motorcycle, I had a flat tire on down in Mississippi years and years and years ago. And some good old boys responded to my distress sign, and they had Confederate flag on the front bumper, you know, those license plates and some
Yeah.
Klan stuff. And they took me, put my motorcycle on the pickup, took me to a gas station where the guy admitted he was a Klansman, but they fixed my motorcycle free of charge, serviced it, gave me a full tank of gas, and saluted me as a fellow Mason. And I went about my business after expressing my
Wow.
pleasure at their assistance. So, see, there are
In
all kinds of
Mississippi too,
things.
Judge. Indeed, in
Yeah, this was
Mississippi with the
way back
Klan. I don't know. I get in
50
that time,
years
man. I
ago.
don't know.
But you see, there are things that are contrary to the popular narratives. But that
Uh-huh.
said, that's Jasmine Crockett's connection with Memphis. She went to school here, and before that, she went to a $35,000 a year private finishing school for high school that her preacher dad sent her to. He was one of those with a big congregation. And you know, the $5,000 line, if you want to buy your way out of hell, you know, come on, get in and
Right.
I'll say a few words like that's supposed to help. But anyway, it is what it is. So,
Well, shout out
um,
to, yeah, it's a lot of interesting thing. Like, hello, Sister Betty, longtime supporter. Just want to shout out to you, Judge Brown. She's a Memphian, or like my brother Eggpay would say, a Memphite. But also, brother Spirit of Justice said the Buffalo Soldiers were a Masonic military lodge. Is that true, Judge?
there were quite a few in there. I had an uncle that was in the 10th Cavalry, enlisted in 1881. He rose to being sergeant major when he retired. He's smart, Uncle Booker, we called him. And he lived to be about 100. I met him briefly before he died. Interestingly enough, and this is Steve Cohen here,
Mm-hmm.
uh, he left the army, but he didn't like it too well outside. He had joined up when he was 18. And by the time World War One came around, he passed for white and he joined the Alabama First Division, which is historically known as the Big Red One, and it's as segregated as they can be. He wound up rising to the top as one of the senior sergeants in the division, and those white boys would be dying to know that they had a colored man for one of their top kicks. So he was in the trenches in World War One. But yeah, okay, Buffalo Soldiers are fine with me. And by the way, if you want to read something interesting, read Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's book about the 761st Armored Battalion, which was known as the Black Panthers. And the emblem that the Black Panther Party of the 1960s used came through the Deacons for Defense and Justice in Louds County, Alabama, that had some significant numbers of its membership who had served in the 761st. And they brought their Black Panther emblem over, and the Panther Party of the 60s used that same emblem, but that was also the emblem for Patton's Panthers, the
Mm-hmm.
761st Armored Battalion. So it's interesting. They absorbed the 10th Cavalry, and in the book, Kareem writes about Jackie Robinson, the baseball player.
Right.
I met Don Newcomb, who got hired by the Dodgers at the same time Jackie Robinson did, and we talked one time at a function for several hours. And Lord, homeboy was sporting. He had a movie star looking woman that was his lady friend anyway. And they hired Newcomb, Roy Campanola as a catcher, and Jackie Robinson at the same time. But Newcomb wasn't but a teenager, so they kept him in the minors. He was a pitcher and wound up winning every baseball award for pitching you can get. Roy Campanola became an all-star catcher for the Dodgers, but he was in a car wreck and broke his neck and was
Right.
confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. And then there's Jackie Robinson. But as Kareem puts it in his book, Jackie never played baseball until he got to the pros. What happened is he ran track and he held the American 100-yard and 220-yard records he had gotten from Jesse Owens. And he was an All-American football player, a halfback for UCLA, where he was in the backfield with an All-American wide receiver named Don Barksdale and a black quarterback who was All-American named Kenny Washington. Kenny Washington got hired by the Rams to be the first player in NFL in 1946 who was black. Don Barksdale got hired by the Lakers in 1946 to be the first basketball player who was black. And Barksdale was a hell of an athlete, but he never played basketball before. He ran the 440 and the high hurdles and played football. The only one that was in the pros for the sport he played before was Kenny Washington, who holds the record for the longest pass ever thrown in the air for organized football, and UCLA got in so much trouble back in the 30s calling him the quarterback that they changed the name to tailback. And he also, in that razzle dazzle area, the Rams used to have a play where they'd pitch out to the halfback, who would pitch out to Kenny Washington, who would throw a pass to the tight end on the other side. So that was one of their plays. You ought to watch those guys play ball. They didn't have all these helmets and face shields and stuff. And if you got tackled and you got back up before the whistle blew, you could keep running. So just imagine what football looked like when a guy could be tackled and get back up if he could get up. So they would tackle and then wait a bit before they blew the whistle to see if the guy was still moving or could get back up. So it's a much easier sport these days. They don't even wear knee pads now.
It's different. It's a lot like basketball. But I want to get back on this. I think it's important that people talk about the Memphis thing because, like, with the Black Republican history in Memphis, very significant. You go back to the Martin brothers. Speaking of baseball, you had the J.B. Martin and his brother B.B.
Yeah.
They owned the Memphis Red Sox. They built Martin Stadium Park. They owned the famous South Memphis drugstore. Were influential Black Republicans in Memphis during the Crump era. Now, I want to talk about this. You talked about the power of Crump. J.B. Martin supported Republican presidential candidate Wendell Willkie back in 1940 against Franklin Roosevelt. Memphis political boss E.H. Crump was a powerful Roosevelt ally. After Martin hosted a Willkie rally in Memphis, Crump retaliated hard. According to historical accounts, police harassed Martin's South Memphis drugstore. Customers were searched. Intimidation tactics escalated, and Martin eventually left Memphis because of the political persecution. Because there's the thing, Martin reached out to Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of Franklin Roosevelt, about what was going on with Boss Crump and him in Memphis and Shelby County. Eleanor tried to help, but she was advised not to help. So this is the thing, like, the Democrats never been a friend. Go ahead, sir.
That's how the Democrats got a lot of their support is from Eleanor Roosevelt. She was a sponsor of the 761st, also of the Tuskegee Airmen, the 332nd Fighter Wing, after being the 99th Pursuit Squadron that morphed into that. She was one of their sponsors, and they called the Red Tails, the Tuskegee Airmen, those Eleanor's Negro pilots. So anyway, she did a lot of that, and that's how the Democrats got a lot of support.
But I'm just saying, like, they never passed the anti-lynching bill. The New Deal did not really benefit a lot of Black people in the way it benefited white workers. The GI Bill did not benefit Black people the way it benefited white soldiers. I have my grandparents were veterans and stuff. They did not get everything they should have got in the GI Bill that the white folks were able to get.
Well, I'm saying the Democratic Party really, you were. It depended on where you were in the country. My old man was a veteran. And he and his buddies, a lot of them were school teachers out in Los Angeles, but were Black veterans of World War II in Korea. They got a lot of benefits from the veterans' bills, but they remarked on how some of their kinfolk who were also veterans down in the South did not. So
Right.
it depended on where you were in the country as to whether that benefited you, like everything else. We had no official segregation in California because when it became a state, the Constitution of California specifically prohibited that. And as a matter of fact, it had some stuff in the Constitution about the University of California being used to develop, as it put it,
Mm-hmm.
colored leadership so that the colored communities, this is 10 years before the Civil War started, 1851, could
Right.
develop leaders that would bring it into the mainstream of America. They seem to have forgotten that, and we got Baki, which was a sham setup. But back to Memphis, when you
Mm-hmm.
get to what was going on, politics has always been a game of advantage. If you want to see politics, go to the Memphis Zoo, take your lunch, and sit down and watch the chimps and the baboons in the enclosures, and you can see them doing politics with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Politics comes into play anytime you have one, two, three, or more people trying to do something. If it's just two of them, you and your homeboy, your homegirl, or whatever, you can work that out. Whoever got the best idea, you either both agree to it or it doesn't get done. If there are
Mm-hmm.
three of you, one of you's got to convince somebody else to go along with you. That's politics. So politics and voting is simply a substitute from killing each other. So
Mm.
I mean, anciently, I guess they said it's better that Og not hit a mug with a stone across the head and do him in. Let's just take a vote and see who wants to do what. As politics. So there is a Prussian general named Clausewitz, General Clausewitz. He wrote a book in German called Von Krieg, which in English is On
Mm-hmm.
War. And he famously coined this phrase, war is but the ultimate extension of the political process. That being the case, all politics is just a part of war. So it's inescapable. I ain't got in politics. Yes, you do. You drive down the street, those laws are set up by people who got elected. Uh, you pay taxes, or they'll put you in jail or jack you up. Somebody in the political process set those taxes up. You either are safe going through the city and stopping at a gas station to pump your gas in Memphis, or you're not. That condition's all set up by politics. So, frankly, I think you're a damn fool and an ignoramus if you claim to be exempt from politics. If you do what they call now vote the couch, all your dumb
Mm-hmm.
ass is doing is sitting there and letting somebody else tell you what's going to happen to you. And there is this reaching reality. Tell a lie long enough, loud enough, you can get anybody to believe it, including the liar. You ever heard of an earworm?
Yes.
That song that you don't like that keeps running over in your head over and over. You can't get it out. Man, what the
I never
hell
heard
am
that
I
type of
doing?
earworm. Okay.
Stop that shit. You know. Well, that's the same thing with politics. You tell a tale long enough, it becomes accepted. And I see it in Memphis. Sometimes I'll go down to the Happy Mexican or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, how come there's no black clubbing left in Memphis anymore that's really up there without being a place where you got to carry your pistol to be safe? Now,
Mm-hmm.
that said, uh, it's all of this stuff that I will put out there is true, but I'll tell somebody this. And then 6 weeks later, I can mention it again and say, yeah, I heard that. You must be right because I heard that. I said, well, hell, you heard it from me indirectly. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
my own reference. But meanwhile, maybe we're talking about a case. I'm a retired judge. I'm not practicing law. My law license is in a medical disability status. I'm getting up there. So anyway, I'll do something, and it might even be a case I am responsible for years ago. Where'd you get your authority on that? Hell, fool, I am the authority. Yeah, where can I find it on Google? You can't. Well, see, it must not be real. Hell, fool, if they had it on Google, they would have got it from me. So, they don't get it. They have all of these historical sources that somebody who posts on Google interviewed, but yet if you go to the original source, it's not valid. You got to find it on Google. And by the way, watch Google. It'll have that up in the top left-hand corner, AI generated, where you can ask for that or be made aware
Right.
that it is. And then they also have a thing down at the bottom. Look at that sometimes. Last altered 21 hours ago when it's
Yeah, I know that
something
Wikipedia
controversial.
does that. Yeah, Wikipedia
Yeah.
is good
And
about that.
then Wikipedia had all kinds of crazy stories on me. I
Hmm.
was being foolish enough to complain at first, but then I saw somebody say, "You see that little pencil, cartoon pencil up there? Just click on that, enter your email address, and you can correct it." So I
There
made
you go.
corrections. They're still in there. So you can put anything in there you want. They had me killing 10 people one time in there, and I understood wrongful conviction and all. So
Right.
what the hell? What? So, it's not exactly reliable.
It's
But
not, but
we
yeah.
we that's where we get our information. But what you do and your mother does,
Mm.
relative to being historians, people need to get into that, and they don't need to go to Google. They need to listen to you, tune into you. You give a very
I
accurate
appreciate you.
recitation of Memphis history. Sometimes I just call you up to find out what's going on to save me the trouble of going to look it up myself. So anyway, um,
I appreciate it.
I,
Thank you,
I
man.
drifted all over the place because basically it's a big thing. It's not just Memphis,
Hmm.
it's a whole pattern of stuff that comes into play. And if you've seen it, it makes a lot of sense. And I'm digressing, but I do this again. When I first got to Memphis 55 years ago, I'd come from Los Angeles. I
Mm-hmm.
graduated from UCLA, but frankly, jobs were hard to find in those days, so they offered me a community lawyer fellowship. So I got here and I wound up being the first black prosecutor from Memphis. And then I ran the public defender's office, and I had white employees who were scared to go out and talk to black witnesses and defendants, some. So I took it on myself to go do investigations. So 19, let's say 76, 77, I'm in a project kitchen,
Mm-hmm.
and I've got these little girls, 13 through 19, running around acting crazy in the kitchen, smoking and drinking. And the 18-year-old, not the 19-year-old, is the client of the public defender's office, and she's too lazy to take the bus or walk since she's over there near downtown, but she can't come down to see the lawyer. So you have to go visit them. And they've got all these filthy, nasty smelling kids with excrement and food all over their clothes. They haven't had a bath in 2 weeks running around. And
Mm-hmm.
then I find that the 13-year-old is mother of one of the children, the 15-year-old has two, and there are 8 or 9 of these kids in the room, and they're saying, "Lily, Ian, go get me my cigarettes, get me some beer. You no good, you just like you no good, Ian daddy, you ain't worth a damn, blah, blah, blah." So why you talk to your kids like that? Well,
Mm-hmm.
he ain't shit, he just like a no good, in ass daddy, blah, blah, blah. So, well, what's this gonna do? And I remember one incident where this kid was just turned 8 years old. I said, "Why is he not in school today?" "Well, I was tired. I had a long night. I ain't got no time to get his little picking anybody, so and so and so and so up. He ain't learning nothing no way. He just as ignorant like his daddy." So, okay, now let's fast forward to 1987. This 8-year-old is now 18. Let's go
Mm-hmm.
to 97. This 8-year-old is now 28. Let's go to 2007, and this 28-year-old, 18-year-old, 8-year-old is now 38, and then he's 48, and now he is in his mid 50s. And like one of them, actually from this family, presented a found problem because he wound up in my court. Uh, he was in my courtroom. He was 29 years old and had 51 children by 46 different baby mamas, and he hadn't paid a dime in child support. And all of his children, just about the male ones, have wound up doing time in the penitentiary over the intervening 30 some years since I became aware of this fool. So, see, that's what we have in Memphis setting the tone for what's going on, ignorance perpetrating ignorance. The 18-year-old that was the mother of this child is still alive, but she now has children, grandchildren, great grandchildren, great great grandchildren, great 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 grandchildren,
Wow.
and she's still breathing air. And
Mm.
she ain't that old comparatively, at least not as old as some of my personal friends and acquaintances. So I'm looking at how this poison spread through, running into these people over the years. Did you vote? I ain't got no time to vote. Well, okay, fine. Last time I ran into this woman's sister, the 19-year-old who was sitting up in this kitchen, I asked her, well, I'm a Democrat. I said, well, why? These Republicans, but I said, if I remember, and you know I know, you're a lot of the reason your family is as it is. It ain't got nothing to do with Republicans. It got to do with your ignorance. Oh, Judge, you've been calling me ignorant for decades. Yeah, you ignorant because you don't know anything. You know, I ain't gonna lie to you. You can't tell me I'm lying because you know I know you from when. Yeah, you do. So it's like we need to wise up and realize that people are gaming us. Now, you talked about the Klan. Joe McCarty, Judge, Division 8, Shelby County Criminal Court, was a colleague of mine. His grandmother his granddaughter worked as a clerk, assistant clerk in my courtroom. Joe McCarty got the block vote all the time because the local Negroes put him on their sample ballots. He always massively garnered votes in the black community. But guess what?
What?
He had literally been the Grand Dragon for the Klan around here in the 50s and chairman of the White Citizens Council. So here we are giving him our black bloc vote, and he's locking up Negroes like, it's the thing to do. No justice. He had more appeals, more post-conviction relief against him that were found to have merit than any other judge in this system. But we delivered him our black bloc vote because Democrats told us this was who to vote for. Now, I won't mention names, but back when, 40 years ago, remember there was this white lawyer who ran the Democratic Party, and he had the big mansion out here in East Memphis that the Negroes were paying for, and they used to have parties at his house all the time on all multiple floors of his huge mansion. Then his son took over, and they made a lot of money off of the Afro-Americans, African-Americans, black folk back in those days. And that's how the Democratic Party rolls. And let me tell you about some of these leaders. See, I know some of the parents and some of the grandparents of the current ones. And I won't mention any name, but a certain one's grandfather, this is back in the 70s, there was a function. And there was this Jewish guy, lawyer, that used to have this beard, mustache, wore glasses, used to represent Harold Ford. And I'm at this function, and he walks up to this black politician's wife. She's kind of, way they were back then, not this wide, but. And he stuck his hand up under the back of her dress, and they still had mini dresses to an extent then, and he's rubbing on her bare breasts. Man, you see the dude do to your wife? Oh, well, uh, Lord Joe, you know, you just have realities you have to do. But that man got his hands on your wife, fool. Well, I mean, it's just some of the compromises you have to go through.
This
So
before the Diddy parties.
yeah, the lawyer's first name was Jerry, by the way.
Okay.
And he took the woman off in his room and he screwed her. And she coming
Wow.
back adjusting everything. And I said, man, he just fucked your wife. Excuse me. He just screwed your wife, man.
Okay.
Well, you know their cost. Now, what's wrong with these people? And see, they're the grandparents of some of these folk that are out there right now who are supposed to be all this and that in the black community. And I'm looking at the grandchildren. They ain't done nothing. The granddaddy, all he did was compromise because they weren't paying anything. I mean, back when I think they paid part time. What is it? Back in the mid 70s, city councilman wasn't even getting $5,000 a year. You know, so what's going on here? It's a money making proposition. I've represented some people in the past that had a thing where their constituents would come see them in City Hall. They couldn't see their representative unless they gave him $250 cash under the table. You
Wow.
know, I know people that were on the board of education that, you know, you summarily got your contract proposal stopped if you didn't give him $2,500 for his campaign to work with. And by the way, that's why they have that thing now with the Board of Education. And if the contract is 100,000 or less, it doesn't have to go in front of the full board. Is to cut that out. People don't know the reasons for stuff. So you get these things involved in here, and we get all of this sanctimonious stuff about their grandchildren or from the grandchildren who haven't done anything civil rights wise or anything else other than use the office uh, for self enrichment. So they tell us all kinds of stuff. Black people are getting cut out of vote. We can't elect black officials. Well, you ain't been elected any to this one office in the whole state of Tennessee that ain't done a damn thing for you. So what you squawking about?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I always bring this. I think it's very important. I know you talk about Wanda Halbert, and she lost to Joe Towns by I think 121 votes, which I would demand a recount. Be honest with you, 121 votes. And last time I saw it, but Joe Towns was at an event that I was a part of. I ain't gonna never forget. It's on tape somewhere. I think Pearl Walker got the tape. If she ain't erased it already, they'll throw it away. But he said on April 4th, 2021, at the event that I was a part of, that hey, y'all, we can't do nothing for y'all in Nashville. Go pray to Jesus about it. And he been in Nashville since 1995. And now he's a criminal court clerk. Or he won the primary, the Democratic primary for that seat. But my thing is this, I'm looking around me, right? I'm looking around me. We got black mayors, we got black majority city council commission, we got black police chief, we got black this and black that. Where's the hell? Why are we not in the black as a people? I mean, when in the black meaning business mean you doing good business. Why is Shelby County, Memphis, Tennessee not in the black? Because my thing is this is bull crap. I'm about to say something else, but I look at the board of miseducation and misdirection. Y'all don't care nothing about these kids because these kids are graduating with diplomas. They can't even spell diploma. You got kids going to remedial math and English class at the University of Memphis that can actually learn, but they spend 12 to 13 of their years wasted in a system that does not value them as a whole person. So my thing is this, I have a problem when you talk about black power, which should be unity and solidarity, but yet let's talk about Tony Carruthers, who's on death row with no physical evidence to put him on death row, who co-defendant said it was another man who did it, who died in 2002. His co-defendant admitted to killing the three people and putting them in Rose Hill Cemetery back in the mid-90s, and he's out of prison for almost 10 years. But Tony
Well,
Carruthers is
yeah,
on prison.
that part of the case was in my courtroom, one part
Okay.
of it. So anyway, it's like, yeah, I get it, but that was a war. Uh, we've got locals who have risen up in the political arena to unanticipated heights who were involved in that.
Mm,
So there is another thing going on about the politics involved in the situation. So I'm not talking about it because I've been in touch with some lawyers for him.
mhm,
So they contacted me because one of the people that's involved in incriminating him was apparently in my court. And what that person was in my court for really, really makes Memphis look bad.
It's not the star witness for the prosecution, right? That's the one who just counted his
I
4
won't
years
say
in.
anything about it, but let's just put it this way. One of the people that this individual allegedly was involved with is now risen very high in the political arena and still
Wow.
lives in Memphis. So I'll leave it at that.
But my thing, Joe, I was like, okay, get away. I just want to ask you this one. I think it's very important because you involved in the James Earl Ray situation. But isn't it weird to put somebody on death row to be accused of a crime, to be convicted of a crime without any physical evidence, and to be put on death row when there's evidence that they are holding to this day? They've been held in for years, never tested for
Well,
fingerprints and everything.
let's put it this way. I suggested to his counsel that they look into something I did with James Earl Ray. The only thing that connected James Earl Ray with the King case that abided by the rules was allegedly his rifle. I looked at the record and it wasn't adequately tested. And I found out later that the first judge, the late Honorable Preston Battle, had also
Mhm.
found it wasn't adequately tested. But there was nothing that allowed it to be retested in Tennessee law. So I allowed them to test the rifle as a proffer of proof for the appellate courts to look at so they could say, hey, wait, new scientific methodology has come into place since this case was current. And that should be allowed to demonstrate a defendant's pristine innocence. Well, they overruled me. They removed me from the case. I got put
Mhm.
back on right as two things happened. The state Supreme Court ruled that that evidence should be considered, and the state passed a statute that says if there is newly developed scientific methodology, then it can be used to establish the pristine innocence of a defendant, and there's no statute of limitations on it. They took almost word for word what I wrote, put it into the statute. Now, I suggested that they look at that same statute and say, hey, if you think there's some evidence that's going to show scientific methodology that your
Mhm.
client is actually innocent, not just not guilty,
Right.
try that. So I'm going to see what happens on that. I'm just interested in justice being what it is. Those are one of those things behind the scenes you actually do to make things happen rather than having a loud mouth talking a good game and doing nothing and settling a case for chump change on the dollar. But anyway, it is what it is. So that kind of thing is part of the process, is part of the politics. And look at what's going on right now. You had Amy Wyrick, who had been held to be one of the most corrupt prosecutors in the United States, if not the most, for
Mhm.
having more specific findings of prosecutorial misconduct against her personally than any other district attorney's office collectively had against it. Um, you have this need. And now we have Mulroy, who is the Democrat holding the office. He can't do much because his hands are tied because of his ineptitude in the office. He wasn't a criminal defense lawyer or prosecutor. He was a law professor. And so the state now has passed by a very heavy margin legislation that the governor signed. It says in any serious matter, the state's attorney general can review what our local DA has done. And back to your other thing about what we have not had delivered in Nashville. Many times I have mentioned on your shows, and to you, go to followthemoney.org. It's now got an associated site. It's nonprofit, but they report on who, what, when, and where when it comes to paying contributions and what for. And if you go to Nashville, I mean, they're really building that place up. It's far surpassed Memphis now.
But they got a homeless problem that they had.
Yeah, I know.
Why are they hiding the homeless people?
Yeah,
Judge?
but hold on. Forget the homeless right now. Let's come back to them later. Here's what I want you to do. When you get to Nashville, especially in the downtown area, you see all of these construction fences, right?
Yes, sir.
And they have the names of the construction companies on the fences, okay? Write them down. Go to followthemoney.org and see how many of those construction companies have contributed very heavily to Memphis area politicians that supposedly represent us in Nashville. Look at what our politicians have done for these entities that are building up Nashville into a magnificent city that have not been done in the Memphis area. In other words, our local officials are getting paid to benefit Nashville, and they've been paid to neglect Memphis. So when you follow the money, you'll see the money trail from these big construction companies up in Nashville, these big developers up there that are building all across the state of Tennessee, while Memphis gets absolutely nothing that goes to ordinary people, because they have been paid to do that. So take a look at it. Followthemoney.org, but you'll need to take a trip to Nashville and get angry. Have you seen their downtown district now, their party district?
I mean, they got amazing skyline. I like this.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the skyline. I'm talking about, we got pitiful little Beale Street, narrow street for 4 blocks, right? Ain't nothing happening over there that's not plasticized and stereotyped.
Right.
You go to the area in Nashville, it's a mile long, it's 6 lanes wide. They have restaurants, shops, clubs, everything you can think of up in there. And it's really happening. It's crowded with all kinds of people, anywhere from street walkers to those who just want to put on their knee-high cowgirl boots and short little Daisy Duke shorts to walk around in the summer and get all kinds of food there. Memphis, Beale Street, you've been to Beale Street, why go back? You might get shot until the National Guard comes around, but these same people that
was
are
King James wrong? Was he
Yeah.
wrong about Memphis? Was King James right about Memphis then?
He's
the
right.
Grizzlies leave to go to Nashville?
Yeah, well, it was always a thing, and they were charging $100 a hit for a ticket on the 10-yard line. We got pimped. But they're trying to bring the Grizzlies back to Memphis if they can negotiate a Super Bowl.
I'm talking about the Grizzlies.
Titans, Tennessee Titans.
They trying to bring the Titans back to Memphis?
Well, it's the Tennessee Titans. Technically, their charter says they can play anywhere in Tennessee. Nashville, where they usually stay, Chattanooga, Knoxville, or Memphis. They used to play in Memphis.
Yeah.
So we're committed to a $3.5 billion football field to replace the Liberty Bowl, which is supposed to be $700 million going to converting to a soccer arena.
Jesus Christ, who plays soccer? Who care about soccer?
Well, remember, 30+% of Shelby County is now Hispanic. They play soccer. So somebody's trying to garner long-term favor with that crowd, which also has to do with the nonsense the Democrats are talking about the fourth Civil Rights Act, it's the Voting Rights Act, says we should be allowed to have preference because of the color scheme, ethnicity. In about 12 to 15 years, that's going to flip. It'll be the Hispanic entity that becomes the largest component of Shelby County, not the black one. So you have to keep this in context. So if the Negroes want to really get their asses kicked, in 10 to 15 years, leave things the way they were. Be glad the Supreme Court said that Voting Rights Act was remedial. It has remedied the problem. Look at the fact that the Democrats basically, through their Negroes, run all of the big cities in America. Now, that shows that the remedy has been delivered. There is no longer any burden that black folks suffer in the political process that the Italians don't, the Irish don't, the Jews don't, the Arabs don't, the Asians don't, the Native Americans don't. You see, right
Mm-hmm.
now, other than the folk whining about it and complaining that they get done wrong, we don't have any problems. And remember, that's why I brought this family up to get to this point. The key to success is having a child sit at the kitchen table and do homework.
Mm.
There's no white man sitting on the other side of the table playing racist and saying you can't do your homework. But we don't have the black parents sitting on the other side of the table demanding that their children do their homework. And we don't have any black parents astutely generating an effective vote to control the Board of Education to deal with what's happening in those schools, to generate the homework that they should not only go to the polling place to determine indirectly, but directly impact by making their children do their homework. See, so when you break that down, you don't have people adequately prepared to play the game. That's like, we need to have a better football team. They down and on it because we black. Yeah, but your black football players can't do 5 push-ups, can't do 4 sit-ups because they're too fat and they're
Mm-hmm.
16, 17 years old, can't catch a pass because they can't run fast enough without falling out and being out of breath. So if
Mm.
you're not in physical shape, you can't play the game, you can't learn the rules, you can't execute the whole doggone thing. How are you going to win a game?
Well, Joe, let me ask you this though. I'll get back to LeBron James' so-called controversial comments about Memphis. Is he correct in saying that the Grizzlies should leave Memphis for Nashville, given all what you just said about Nashville and all the things going on in Nashville?
Yeah. I mean, you can't park downtown. A. B. You
Mm-hmm.
might get robbed if you don't park in that structure. Even if you park in that structure, you're going to get robbed. Other than Penny Hardaway's club right across the street, where are you going to go where you can really have a good time other than something that's stilted and plastic designed as tourist traps? So they could, but then again, our local officials were bragging about $350 million. Remember that they brought to Memphis to improve arenas?
Mm-hmm.
It all went to that FedEx Forum to build skyboxes, every last dime. And that was right into the late Fred Smith's pocket. Now, by the way, they've got an Indian who is the CEO for FedEx, not one of the Negroes that have been prospering, not Lowry, who is the Democratic nominee for county mayor, who worked out there after he got the job thanks to his dad's influence with Fred Smith. So, by the way, you might want to check with people who worked under him as their boss and see what kind of boss he made, and that might have a great deal to do about him being a bigger boss for a place like Memphis, Shelby County. So you might want to look at these things. But yeah, the Grizzlies would make a lot more money if they were in Nashville. And that's basically because our representative contingent has let us down. they've gotten more money in their own personal pockets by favoring Nashville than the area that elected them. This Barbara Cooper used to talk about that too.
Well, about,
And by
it's
the
a
way,
lot.
look at that. Look
Okay.
at that. Look at that. Barbara Cooper was on the ballot posthumously. She was dead, but she got 34,000 some votes. And
Mm-hmm.
that's not the most she's gotten, but it was significant. Meanwhile, her replacement, Justin Pearson, hadn't even gotten 2,000 votes in an election yet. But he's gotten a whole bunch of money you can find through Follow the Money that's been donated to him by Nashville Interest. So why is it that he gets, by some counts, close on to $1 million the way you might choose to look at what's reported
Mm-hmm.
for getting 2,000, less than 2,000 votes when his predecessor used to get 32,000, 28,000, 41,000 votes? What's going on here and why is that?
Well, I mean, my thing about Justin, Justin is interesting to me because I actually have some dealings with Justin. I actually ran it. Well, I was sitting in MLK Park just meditating while I was doing work. I was supervising downtown cleaning crew at MLGW, but all of a sudden they came on the scene. I kind of followed him uptown. It was doing Defend the Nine March, stuff like that. And you saw what happened with him like a day or so ago with the state trooper confrontation. My thing about Justin, what I think is very fascinating with Justin, because I was curious about his origin story. I talked to his father about it. I said, is he cosplaying? What's going on here? But I think Justin got some sincerity to him. Like he has shown up to some of our events with the Four Pillow Massacre and stuff like that. And he knows how to engage people through the social media. I have yet to see, maybe outside of you, Judge, a politician in office in this Shelby County, Tennessee, do a great job of promoting himself and pushing himself out there in the forefront than Justin. Like
Well,
he's
yeah, he's
made to
good
be a
at that.
national figure. He's very exceptional at that.
He's good at that. But the problem is he led that march of the vanilla cupcakes, the little white kids, nothing wrong with that being their status, who went
Yeah.
to private schools, who were upset with that school shooting where 6 people got killed, teachers, 3 students. And he led the march in along with the other Justin up there,
Jones, yeah.
Jones in Nashville, and
Mm-hmm.
that guy is from San Francisco, Filipino and black. He
Mm-hmm.
went to Vanderbilt first, and then wound up going to.
He's kind of quiet right now, right? Or
Yeah,
am I
well, he
wrong?
should be because some other stuff's coming out. But aside
Oh,
from
okay.
that,
Mm-hmm.
he wound up getting a lot of money from the anti-gun crowd.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And for promoting that particular viewpoint, which basically was a tranny thing. By the way, there's a black chancellor up there, a woman. She's a good
Mm-hmm.
looking woman. I've never met her.
Uh-huh.
But she had sealed the transcript and she was trying to put this journalist in jail for refusing to reveal his sources. Okay. And what he did is release the shooter's manifesto. What the shooter was mad about and apparently motivated him was that when he had started talking about he wanted to transition to being another gender, the faculty encouraged him, and his manifesto says, I was just a child. Why did they push me into doing this? So I ruined my life. Now I see what time it is. I'm mad. And he went back to kill some of them. So this was supposed to be sealed. The conservative journalist got a hold of the manifesto. Apparently, some cop let him photocopy
Mm-hmm.
it and he published it. So we now find out that the shooter was a tranny who was upset that he had been encouraged to transition when he was still a minor and he was going back to get revenge. So these are the people that were happy to support Justin Pearson's march into the Capitol to disrupt things, et
Mm-hmm.
cetera, et cetera. Now, meanwhile, he's been going around to the 2 gun ranges we have in Memphis and to gun shops, in trying to masquerade like he is pro-gun, and he's been carrying a newly acquired pistol around on his hip trying to demonstrate. But up in Nashville, he's anti-gun. Down here, he's pro-gun. He's a fake. See, have you seen him do his T.D. Jakes imitation?
I seen Justin. He's a
Yeah,
electrifying orator though. He
the
galvanizes the
Malcolm
people.
thing,
Yeah,
the
Malcolm
Martin
Martin. I
thing.
think that's why I was figuring him
Okay,
out though.
but
I'm trying to figure him out
did
though.
you show up at the function they had to protest last Monday at Broad Baptist Church?
I didn't even know about it. You was there, right?
I
You was
did, but
there.
it was interesting. He had on a black COVID mask, white shirt, and he was up doing that spastic prancing you see those folk do in front of a preacher
Mm-hmm.
who is ignoring, let's say, Leviticus 20:13, and they're up there doing that awkward, out of step, out of rhythm prancing. He was doing
Okay.
that to some of the remarks, and somebody was sitting next to me saying, "What is that? Who in the world is that?" And see, he fakes it. He grew that afro recently. He used to have his hair cut pretty close a few years ago and wearing suits and all of this. And now he's playing this game. I've talked with him.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it wasn't long, but he puts on a good image. But the problem is which way is the wind blowing?
Mm.
As it favorably impacts him, not which way should we go for the benefit of the people he represents. And I'm still looking at this. Barbara Cooper, 34,000 votes. Justin Pearson, less than 2,000.
But you don't think they could change? I mean, he's getting a lot of. I mean, what's your impression of him?
He's dangerous.
Flooding the state trooper though. Now the state
No,
trooper,
that was
boy,
nothing.
the MF.
That
Come
was
on, man.
nothing. I've talked to
That was
state.
nothing. Just
No,
that was
I've talked.
nothing.
Look. It's interesting if the
Uh,
state troopers think you all right guy. They don't care whether you're Democrat or Republican. I've talked to some of them.
all right.
They've apparently been given the word, hey, don't create a political mess. Not right now. So Justin was getting a freebie. They weren't going to do anything to him because of the politics of the situation. So he's protesting that blacks are losing a position. What position? Steve Cohen? See, it's ridiculous. And by the way, to show you how corrupt this whole thing, they took it down off of Google. Do you know who the Black Caucus's chairman of their reparations committee was?
Cohen, right?
Yeah, gay white Jew. Well, a white Jew who's a member of the Gay Caucus, also known as the Liberty Caucus. Also, one of the reasons you're not getting effectiveness out of the Black Caucus is all but 4 or 5 members of the Black Caucus are also members of the Gay Caucus in Congress. They have pictures, so in their little catalog. So I find that interesting. And they've got a lot of white representatives who are members of the Black Caucus, if you look at the picture album. So when you look at Memphis's constituency, figure out who's getting a lot of support from the Cooper Young area, Midtown Memphis, and they're supposed to be representing the outer lying areas where they get elected. So I find that interesting. It's not saying that anybody has uh, anything other than the right to be effectively politically active, which is more power to them, but we don't get representation because if you follow the money, the people that we elect to represent us aren't representing us. They have something else in mind. And Pearson is dangerous. See, he's trying to insinuate himself as a black authority. And the last time we had this in place, you got Fannie Willis, you got Tish James, you got uh, Lori Lightfoot, you got Johnson, you got
You
the
got
previous,
Obama.
yeah, Obama, you got that. And see, I don't want this kind of charlatan who is, I mean, I'm sure he's fine, but I just don't like the politics, and not just necessarily because he's a Democrat, which to me represents all these little freaks sitting in a bubble bath with blue sports bras and panties on, trying to
But
masquerade for women.
but Judge, I
But
think the issue is not an issue with him. Like he's made for, like he fits in with the AOC Jasmine Crockett people. Like
yeah,
they're
and that's
made.
poison.
But my thing is, we need a master, like I ain't gonna say like a LBJ, but he knew how to use that Senate. He knew how to Johnson. We need a black person that know how to legislate. Period. We need a master legislator, a person that work across the aisle and find some commonalities, some ground with these so-called folks from East Tennessee, because we all want certain things that are universal. I don't understand how folks could be there for decades and not pass any meaningful legislation that will benefit West Tennessee. That's
And do
crazy to
you
me.
think
Well, I'm gonna
Justin
vote for you.
Pearson is going to get that accomplished? No.
He's not. I don't think he's made for the Tennessee legislature. I think he's made for, like, whatever.
Well, what's he going to do on a national level except try to be another Hakeem Jeffries?
He's the speaker of the House. Well, is he the speaker? I'm not here the speaker,
Yeah,
but
but
he's
what
the
is he doing?
minority
Look at
leader.
what Nancy Pelosi did.
Uh-huh.
He's not speaker. He's
He's like a minority leader or something like that.
minority leader,
Yeah,
the
because the speaker is
minority whip.
Johnson,
But
right? From
look
Republican.
at
Yeah.
Pelosi. Pelosi's worth $280 million, and she's never collected a paycheck except a federal
I mean, she was a
government
mafia
employee.
princess, right? Her daddy was a
No,
mayor of
that's not
Baltimore.
it. I
Uh-huh.
talked to an East Tennessee congressman a couple of
Mm-hmm.
months ago personally. He laid it out. He showed me the stuff. Do
Okay.
you know it is unethical for a congressman to do something like come up with a skateboard company? All right.
Okay. I didn't. I mean, you tell me something new. Okay, Joe. I'm listening.
That's unethical. But
Okay.
insider trading is not unethical under the congressional rules. You can do that. See, that's how they got rich. They know what the legislation's going to do. They buy the stock in the companies beforehand. They get financed to buy it, and anybody's going to extend a friendly congressional member, great deal of credit, and all kinds of things happen under the table.
Wow.
So from getting 180,000 a year, you jump up 280 million net worth. See, because of your insider trading, or like AOC's doing, and she passes the information to her white husband, which I find interesting. And see, Jasmine Crockett, who is a pampered poodle, she went to school at Rhodes here in Memphis, which is a private institution, nothing wrong with it,
Right.
fine institution. She went to school at a $35,000 a year finishing school instead of high school. And now all of a sudden she's supposed to be the representative of the people, and she hadn't introduced anything that helped out black folk. But if you look at her voting record, she gave the votes to some other things that would be questionable to inner city populations. So, what time is this? What are we getting here when we get an advocacy, Pearson included? Mulroy, they didn't shoplift $1,000, but we have food deserts because the stores had to close due to the losses from shoplifting. Okay, this person, they want to run a pipeline through North Memphis where nobody in Memphis gets a job or anything, just liabilities and threats from health and overflows and leakage. But then we find out that a lot of the people that were protesting the most vigorously got very large contributions from the petroleum industry before they reduce the amount of money that can be had from any one source. So, like I said, follow the money is interesting. Put the name of your local elected official in there, where it is, Shelby County, Tennessee, and take a look at who's been giving him money, what that entity or person does, and when they got it. It is very informative when you find that some of those who've been squawking the loudest about getting done wrong have gotten so much money from the people they claim are doing the wrong. Now,
That's
that's what
interesting.
I'm talking about.
Yes, sir. I hear you. Like followthemoney.org, right? You said.
Yes.
Okay, like Martha Stewart actually went to jail for some, I guess it was insider trading. So she actually had to answer for
But
whatever she did.
she was a cook.
Right, know what I'm saying? But she wasn't necessarily a
And
cook.
I got a connection with her, my
Mhm,
agent, who's Jewish. He
mhm.
was Puerto Rican and Chinese, a mix, and he got adopted by Jewish parents.
Okay. Mhm.
And he loved barbecue pork ribs, you know.
He's an enigma. He's interesting.
Yeah, but not really. Remember, don't confuse the religion with the culture.
Mhm.
Netanyahu, who is prime minister of Israel, is a self-avowed atheist. He
So he
doesn't
is an
believe.
atheist. Okay, I was trying to
Yeah,
figure it out. Okay.
yeah. You
But
see
he's one
where
of the
you
God's chosen, right?
yeah.
He's an
See,
atheist.
so you know you have to understand there's a difference. Like all black people are essentially Christian in terms of their upbringing and culture, but many of us are Muslim or
Mhm.
Buddhist or agnostic or
Right.
atheist. But you
Mhm.
see, you have that cultural background. So you have to say there's a difference
Mm.
in what you get. See, the Nazis were Christians, but
Right.
uh, Nathan Bedford Forrest was a staunch Christian. So was
Mhm.
Jeff Davis and all of the old repertoire of slaveholders. So
Right.
it ain't just it ain't your friend just because they have the same book they claim to follow. Now, that said, just find out who's doing this. Like a certain prominent politician used to be very much into denouncing white folk way back when. All right. But then when Shep Wilburn became juvenile court clerk, and I asked Otis Higgs to swear him in because I was out of town early.
Mhm.
And they got Randy Wade, who was still with the sheriff's department, to put together a goon squad, and they seized some flatbed trucks of documents that they were trying to sneak out of juvenile court. And we looked at the records a few days after that. We find that this person was getting blackmailed for having outside children through juvenile court, and they were telling him what to do and congratulating him on being so efficient at concealing what he was up to by being so anti-establishment in his political
You
remarks.
doing this Shep Wilborn? You talking about?
No, he was the clerk.
Okay, okay.
Remember, 2000, what wound up happening was Ken Turner's clerk that he appointed was found to be holding the office unconstitutionally,
Mm.
according to the Tennessee Supreme Court. So they had to have an elected clerk. And what wound up happening was things got real flaky. So the county commission wound up appointing Shep Wilburn as clerk of juvenile court. Well, he was supposed to have been sworn in on, let's say, Friday, but I asked Otis Higgs to swear him
Mm.
in early, so he did. So, sometime before he was supposed to get sworn in,
Mhm.
Randy Wade led a squad of sheriff's deputies down there to juvenile court and found that they were piling up confidential records on flatbed trucks to remove. They seized the trucks. So we went through the documents, and a
Wow.
lot of our local black officials had a bunch of babies down at juvenile court, and they were being protected from embarrassment by Kenny Turner. And in return, they were supposed to be delivering some things politically, which they did, but it wasn't what their constituents thought they were delivering.
Mm.
Like a certain somebody, I won't mention the name, got all of these squad cars delivered to all of these off-brand sheriff's departments around Tennessee in the backwoods, and equipment and uniforms, and promoted this, that, and the other for car dealers, and did
Mm.
this, that, and the other for these interests that his constituents would have been horrified to know that he was promoting. But he was supposed to be just like Justin Pearson doing what he's doing. So I'm saying go take a look at him. and figure out why he got almost $1 million in contributions and he's never gotten 2,000 votes in election.
Okay, I mean, I'll do my due diligence, but I got, but you could have a pros and cons to everybody,
Oh,
though.
I know that.
Yeah.
He sounds good, but
Mm-hmm.
I just am suspect to the motivations because you see, we have a new class of black elected official, not somebody that's actually been in the trenches that
Mm-hmm.
were literally in danger of getting lynched, shot
Right.
at, jacked
Mm-hmm.
up, or put it on the
Mm-hmm.
line where he actually was going to suffer some consequence to his ordinarily ordinary day job or his
Mm-hmm.
education,
Mm-hmm.
not just talking a good game in front of a camera where there's no consequence to it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, they haven't done anything, and their backgrounds are very far from what you would expect. And we have a hero desert.
Mm.
What black heroes do we have now?
I mean, you know how they do us now. They tear us down. As soon as they build us
Now,
up,
I
they
know,
tear us
but
down.
which ones are even offering? In other words, did you go out with the Black Panthers and patrol your neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go deal with the old time, really racist law enforcement where they'd beat the shit out of you with a nightclub and nobody would look at it? Where they would actually go out to assassinate you, where
Mm-hmm.
you lost your job and your livelihood, whether you got locked up in jail for it, whether you had other stuff. And then look at our old heroes. Take Thurgood Marshall, U.S. Supreme Court. He was known as Mr. Baseball. You know why?
You carry around a baseball bat, right? You told me about it. Like you like
Yeah,
Joe Clark with the
he
baseball bat.
whenever he went to do a case to advance civil rights, and he did a lot of this in court, and did a lot of appellate work, unlike some that are known for civil rights lawyers. The only thing they've done is settle cases for big money, and they don't try, and they don't write any appeals, don't make any law. This man said, when I come there, I want a good Louisville slugger in case I have to beat the crap out of somebody, and I want a short barrel 12 gauge shotgun and a 25 round box of buckshot.
Mm.
Now, that became somebody on the U.S. Supreme Court, which is a hell of a lot different than anybody else on there. Jackie Robinson, the baseball player,
Mm-hmm.
1943 in Texas, where the 761st Armored Battalion was located. He escorted a fellow officer's wife home, took a cab, came back
Right.
by bus, refused to remove to the rear, and he was in uniform. And at his court martial, the testimony was Captain Robinson pulled his 45 automatic and chambered around and said,
Mm-hmm.
some MF is going to die tonight besides me. See, he wasn't peaceful about it. And I said I talked to Don Newcomb. He revealed how short the temper Jackie Robinson had, and Jackie would go bust somebody in the mouth in a minute. Now, there was a famous scene in a baseball game where a white pitcher who didn't like Negroes being in the major leagues tried to hit him with a ball. He did.
Mm-hmm.
So Robinson was getting ready to hit out to the mound to bust a guy in the mouth, and a white baseball player, tall white guy, blonde hair, you know him as Chuck Connors, who was the rifleman in that series that was on in the 1950s.
Mm-hmm.
And he rushed out and knocked the pitcher out. So thereafter, at all Dodgers games, somebody messed with Jackie Robinson, 6'3" tall. Chuck Connors went out and knocked the dude out and get thrown out of the game. That was his Robinson's bodyguard. I didn't feel guilty about watching that stuff when I was a kid after the fact when I found that out. But see,
Yeah.
that's, these are the heroes we had. They took care of business. Can you see any of these characters that we have going out and taking a baseball bat to anybody or standing out with a loaded 12 gauge doing anything? Hell no. They won't even walk out in their own neighborhoods without an escort.
But I mean, like, well, I know it's amazing to think that Jackie Robinson, widow Rachel Robinson, I believe, is still alive at 101, 103 years old. That's young, 103. But also with Thurgood though, it's complex with Thurgood because he had a relationship with J. Edgar Hoover in terms of providing information on certain
Well, J.
groups
Edgar Hoover
and
was a black
people.
man.
Okay.
I mean, Smithsonian Institution is even reiterating that now. They traced his genealogy. He was black. His family got run out of
But he hated
Louisiana.
he hated black people. He
No,
COINTELPRO
well,
what
there are a
said.
lot of black folk that hated black folk because it reminds them something. I'll send you a picture of Hoover in his 20s, and he looks like some of the black folk in Memphis, you
He
know.
like a young Ford person. But I'm
Yeah,
saying
exactly.
but
And
what Thurgood didn't like necessarily the people like Malcolm or Martin because they get all the credit when he was doing stuff in the court. He did win 29 out of 32 cases presented before the Supreme Court, which is quite impressive. But he also had ambitions to move higher up in the federal government where he could do some more good. But I'm not saying that he's a
well,
traitor or
let's put
not.
it this
I'm saying
way.
he did. He had a
Let's put it
relationship with
this
Jacob
way.
Hoover.
We don't have anybody now that has done that. We have Willie Gary. And by the way, if you have
Yeah.
a problem with getting done wrong, why go to somebody that's never tried a case when the record for the biggest jury verdict sustained on appeal in American history, Willie Gary holds it. It
Is he
would
still
be true.
practicing though, Judge? Is he still
Yeah, he
practicing?
still practices
He
part
is?
time. He
Okay.
still has this 8-story law firm in Boca Raton, Florida, which you could go to and at least get guidance. Out of the 10 largest jury verdicts in American history, he's got 4 of them.
Oh wow! I didn't know
And
he was still. I saw that Jamie Foxx, but you told me about him years ago, and I saw
yeah,
the Jamie
but I
Foxx
met him. He's
movie.
been to Memphis. He was good. He's a pretty
But you
good
say you
preacher.
see he part time. I need to talk to you about
Yeah, in other words,
that.
go to Willie Gary. He's got the
Okay.
biggest jury verdict in American history. So he's got 4 of the 10 biggest in American history. And he's got 5 or 6 of the top 20 biggest settlements in American history. That's who you go to see. But they go to somebody that
I mean, you talking about Crump, right? I'm basically that's the only one
well,
I
let's
can
put
think
it
of.
this way. I will say this. The individual was president of the Black Bar Association, and the membership used to be 84,000. Now it's less than 3,000. And there are all kinds of scandals about misappropriation of funds, monies, and they had a convention here in Memphis a few years ago, and I got inducted in the Hall of Fame against the
What is
wishes of the Memphis contingents. But you know what they did?
what they do?
They had $28,000 that was donated to them to encourage young black lawyers to get back into the civil rights business because there's still some things to be done, not in terms of getting the law, but bringing them to fruition, the
Right.
fine points. You know what the Negroes did with it?
What?
They had a wine and cheese tasting party with the $28,000 that they limited to the upper echelons instead of using it to inspire young black lawyers. The money's funny, and they're going around trying to find scapegoats to take a dive. And it's all kinds of stuff. One of the chairmen, the organization spent a lot of money buying his way out of a sexual misconduct situation, and they've been trying to find their scapegoats. Our black colleges and universities, HBCUs. By the way, the Trump administration gave them a 43% boost over what they had ever gotten, the biggest since the Johnson administration.
Mm-hmm.
And they are going to hell. Look at Lemoyne. Lemoyne used to have a student body of 5,000 some people.
Wow.
Do you know they have just around 400 students today because of what's
What
going
you
on?
said? Lamar only got only 400 undergrad.
Yeah, that's all they have.
You serious?
I'm serious. And they brought in a new woman who had run as a dean running for the University of New Mexico, and she brought in 100 some people, but they let her go for somebody in his 20s, and enrollment dropped right back down again. So here's Lemoyne Owen, a very important HBCU for Memphis's area, and it doesn't even have 500 students.
I gotta look that up, Judge. I gotta make sure, man. I don't want. I got.
I'll let you interview the dean, the former dean. She's doing some
Uh-huh.
stuff together. Her family's from Memphis.
Okay.
I'll hook her up with you, and you can
Okay.
talk to her.
I'll talk to her.
So um, it's an
Well,
interesting
mm,
it's an interesting thing what has happened because getting involved with HBCUs, getting involved with black activities, getting involved with black politics is a fast track to getting rich. How
mm-hmm,
the hell do you get rich on a public paycheck? You don't. What you do is utilize the opportunities provided to cut corners, go under the table, cut deals that your constituents really wouldn't love you for, and you get filthy rich that way very quickly. Look at AOC, look at Jasmine Crockett, look at Lori Lightfoot, look at what's going on with these things. You get a situation where you hold a public office, you talk a good thing about you're against white supremacy. The white man's done you this way. They've mistreated us. And while you're talking this rhetoric under the table, they're feeding you money because you put stuff on the table for their interest and you quietly vote for them. We talked about Obama. Now, other one of the boogeymen is the Heritage Foundation, right?
mm-hmm,
Do you know they gave Obama the 2 years he was in the U.S. Senate their third highest rating?
mm.
They only had two people above him. One got a 97% rating for legislation that the Heritage Foundation approved of. The number two man got 96 plus percent, and Obama got 96% for their third highest rating for conservative activity out of the 100 senators in the U.S. Senate.
That's
Now,
interesting. Okay.
just think about that. And they're the boogeymen, but yet they sat there and supported this guy. Goldman Sachs,
Mm-hmm,
boogeyman. But they brought Obama to New York and put on a 2 day fit for him to introduce him to all of their senior executives and investors before he became the Democratic nominee for his first run. And
I mean,
then when you,
they were the biggest campaign
yeah.
contributors to his first
So
run.
how
And
do
then the
you,
Supreme Court justices he appointed were all Goldman Sachs related. Timothy Geithner,
yeah,
Secretary of Treasury,
yeah,
Goldman
we
Sachs
talked
related.
about that. We
Yeah. So
talked
I mean,
about
but
that.
it's BS. But just okay, I'm gonna like
But
Lamar
back to
Owens.
Hoover, back
Yeah.
to
Okay.
Hoover. You know who else got in trouble because of Hoover indirectly? Is
Who?
OJ. One of the
Mm,
things that they took back at that Vegas flea market thing was
mm-hmm,
an autographed picture of OJ and J. Edgar.
mm,
So everybody knew J. Edgar back then because he made a propaganda point of being closely connected with every black official he considered responsible, every actress, every actor, and every other elected official. There are thousands of people who are in families where there are autographed pictures of J. Edgar Hoover. He was a publicity hound
right.
and he was black. And
Mm-hmm,
what he was doing is when the FBI got created to set up the Mann Act, which is what they prosecuted Diddy, R. Kelly, and some other people under, and some former clients of mine,
mm-hmm,
well, clients at the time when they were, is they created the FBI to get Jack Johnson.
right.
So J. Edgar was a pretty boy, and they assigned him undercover to some New York brothels where apparently he did special little things on the third floor for the freaks who took a train for an hour and a half from New York, not New York, DC to New York to go visit the brothels up there and
Mm-hmm,
have a good time. And he blackmailed his way into being the director of the FBI and then into getting the FBI authorized to carry firearms because of what he knew working in these New York brothels as a pretty boy.
mm,
So they also conveniently were bribed into forgetting that he was black. And as the Smithsonian Institution reflects now, the Klan ran his family out of Louisiana for trying to pass for white. And for his whole lifetime, he hated the Klan. Now, remember when they got the civil rights workers down in Mississippi and buried them in that levee? Well, J. Edgar hired an enforcer for the mob. Remember the mob he said didn't exist,
Mm-hmm.
that used to give him payoffs when he won gambling and didn't require him paying when he lost. The one he said, that organization that didn't exist.
Right.
Okay. He goes and hires one of their enforcers who kidnaps some of the white folk down in Mississippi and beats it out of them, who's got these civil rights workers, and then beats it out of the suspects as to where they buried the bodies. So Hoover was an ambivalent character. He was a megalomaniac and he was gay, and his lover was Colson, the assistant director of the FBI.
Mm.
And it got to be a real freak show. Clint Eastwood hated his guts and did that movie J. Edgar on him, which
Mhm.
is somewhat accurate, especially that denunciation that the Colson character gives to J. Edgar at the end of the movie.
Mm.
So watch that. It's informative, and that's the FBI that the Black Caucus seems to love these days. And by the way, too much of what's wrong with American history is because you gave the culprits the authority to investigate themselves.
Yeah. So I wouldn't trust anything that FBI led by Hoover or Tolson got to say about Dr. King in 2027. I don't trust anything that come from that FBI.
No, it isn't. They killed him.
All right.
There are internal memoranda that I looked at that are in the record that
Mhm.
were obtained from the repository for records on assassinations and assassinations attempts in D.C. on 14th Street. I'd been there. You could order what you wanted and they
Okay.
delivered it. That was pursuant to an act of Congress in 1990, backed up by George Herbert Walker Bush and William Clinton with executive orders. So you had to pay for it, know what you were looking for, or do the research. Now Trump has just released that freebie to the public if they want it. But it's been there for 36 years. So when you look at it, and you make the request, there are many, many internal FBI memoranda where it says, as per the director's wishes, the director wishes to know, the director indicates he is pleased with, and they're discussing whether or not to assassinate King and whether he'd be more dangerous as a live agitator for anti-war movement protest, to galvanize the anti-war movement
Mhm.
and to revitalize labor. And he was here in Memphis dealing with AFSCME, the sanitation workers strike, or as a dead martyr. They made the choice of making him a dead martyr and they made a mistake. But the rifle, I've talked to you about that. We've got the invoices where they got 5 of the suspect weapons in late December 1967, 5,000 rounds of the suspect ammunition that exactly matched the outcome of the ballistics test that I had
Mhm.
conducted, and excludes James Earl Ray's rifle, by the way, which is reflected in the exhibit they've got at the Civil Rights Museum now.
Mhm.
And um, late April 1968, after the assassination, the Justice Department ordered them to return the 5 rifles. They only returned 4 and claimed they lost one of them, and that's the one that killed King, and that's the missing serial number. We have the serial numbers for the 4 they returned. So they recruited a 2-man hit team from the Marine Sniper School in Quantico, Virginia, which is right across the tarmac from the FBI training academy there. They supplied the weapons. They set it up to have the shot fired at the fire station, from the fire station, not the flop house, not the bushes. The reason people think the shots came from the bushes or the flop house bathroom window, which is right above the bushes, simple. We conducted some experiments, and the echo from a sharp report go off of the Lorraine Motel and the echoes cast right back there, so anybody out there would think that's where the shot came from. So in any event, Ray was one of maybe four, maybe five alternate scapegoats. And interestingly enough, to their credit, the Homicide Bureau of the Memphis Police Department was at the time and has remained adamant that Ray was not the gunman. He wasn't even in Memphis on the day in question.
Well, I think it's interesting about the state of Tennessee and how they do justice is really just us. Is James Earl Ray needed an organ transplant, and I remember reading about it where he had private donors that was willing to pay for his transport security and also get his organ in Pittsburgh, and the state turned it down. He ended up dying on my birthday, April 23rd, 98. So my thing is this, like going back even to the Tony Corrado situation, it reminds me earlier what happened to Troy Davis when he was executed down in Georgia, September 21st, 2011. He was on death row with no physical evidence, and the star witness for the state was probably actually the person that killed the police officer in Savannah named Mark McPhail. But he was a star witness for the state. Even Geronimo Pratt, the government had him under surveillance in Oakland. He was nowhere near a tennis court in Los Angeles to kill that
Yes,
school
he
teacher.
was.
Now they said he was in Oakland. They
I
say
know
he
him.
was
I
under
was
surveillance. You say he did it, Judge?
no,
They
I
say
didn't
he
say he
did do it.
did it, but the deal is Johnny Cochran, who I met in 1966 and who was a friend of mine. We have each other. Well, I still have his phone number in my phone.
Oh wow. Okay.
I was called as a witness by him because I knew about the circumstances. Now, Geronimo Pratt, somebody I personally recruited to UCLA under some program, a brother of mine named Cliff Stewart, Dr. Stewart, a martial arts master, but a scholar too, was running at the time. It was called High Potential Special Admissions, and I personally recruited Geronimo Pratt. He had just gotten out of the Army where he'd done 3 tours as a sergeant, as a Green Beret in Vietnam, and he enjoyed killing. That's what his specialty was taking out sentries. So he done 3 years in the Nam on separate occasions. He was a smart guy, but he was interesting. I'm not saying he did it, but I had to act as a witness. What happened was they got probable cause based on a false affidavit by a detective that wasn't even involved with the case about some background information. And I gave Johnny a long affidavit when I was practicing law about what was going on. And he used that affidavit and some other stuff to get his conviction overturned. So I knew G personally. We used to go to lunch, hang out together out at UCLA and down in the LA. So, yeah, but you see the difference. How many of our locals not only are smart enough to get in a major university, but also be sergeants in the Green Berets? That sounds like Killmonger out of Black Panther. You see what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
So um, this is an interesting difference between then and now. Uh, Mayor Tom Bradley, I worked in 3 of his campaigns. He ran twice and got defeated before he got elected on the 3rd time. On the 3rd time, the LA mayor, Sam Yorty, had been out of the city 200 some days out of the 365 in the year. And Yorty kept describing somebody that sounded like you needed a cop to be the mayor. And guess what? Tom Bradley had been a captain for LAPD and was head of the Los Angeles Police Department's Retirement Association. Now, Tom Bradley was the cop that patrolled the beat where I grew up. He and his partner used to call meetings with the men in the community and brief them on what was going on and tell them that if you needed to do something on your own, Officer so and so and I will be your alibi witnesses. So if you're talking to a cop, you definitely couldn't have been on the scene whipping somebody's behind who needed it. And see, Tom Bradley was a Korean War veteran. He had tried to join the police department to integrate it, but they didn't want him. So after he got out of Korea, he went to law school, graduated, and California passed a special private act that said anybody who is a war veteran of World War II or Korea and has passed an accredited California law school will be waived into the bar without having to take it. So they waived Bradley into the bar. Not that he couldn't have passed the
Right,
exam,
right.
but he didn't have to take it. So after he is a licensed attorney, LAPD hires him as a squad car cop. So he was a cop on the beat where I grew up. This is from like 1953 on up where I was in that neighborhood, and he was brutal. I mean, he was 6'4", ran track, ran the 400 meters and the high hurdles, went to the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
And we used to have a joke. They had all these alleys in LA, and we used to joke that Bradley never lost a race down a back alley to whip somebody's head. He said, "Boy, didn't I tell
Mm-hmm.
you to get off that corner?" "Yes, sir." "Well, what you doing on that corner?" "So I swear I'm going home right now." And you went home. But he'd go knock on the doors and know all the people in the neighborhood and would tell them when there was a problem so people could organize to do something about it. See, we don't have people like that in leadership positions now. See, you don't have it. And you get these people who came up that went to nice schools.
Mm-hmm.
They're, what do the kids call them? Boule.
Mm-hmm.
And they've never been at risk other than a loudmouth photo op thing where everybody's going, "Yeah, sure, okay. All right, sir, you have to do so and so." And you know, the cops won't beat ass like they used to. You know, they all carry those nightsticks. And at the slightest excuse, they beat somebody's head. They don't do that now, and you see the spectacles on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok. They're begging somebody, "Please, will you get out the car? Please, will you get, you have to get out the car. Ma'am, you're under arrest. You got to get out of the car. Sir, if you'd please remove." I mean,
Mm-hmm.
they never would have done that when I was coming up. What did I tell you? "Oh, I'm out, I'm out." "No,
Mm-hmm.
you took too long." Bam, 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 you know.
Mm.
See, it's not like that anymore.
I mean, you had the Tyree Nichols case, though. Come on,
Well,
brother.
even the Tyree Nichols case, that wasn't cop, that was personal vendetta.
What
Tyree,
about Elton Hayes, man? Come on, Elton
no, I
Hayes.
mean, Tyree, there's a scam going on with the Tyree Nichols thing. And let me tell you
Okay.
what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Tyree's biological mother put him up for adoption. He got adopted by a white couple. Under Tennessee law, that uh, ends all parental rights in relationships when you put your child up for adoption.
Mm-hmm.
So Crump has filed a lawsuit with her plaintiff, and she has no more standing to file a lawsuit than you do or I do, because under Tennessee law, as soon as she put the child up or son Tyree up for adoption, all of that evaporated. She's just an ordinary person, but that's the plaintiff. The city attorney's office knows that, or at least some of their assistants do, because I gave them the statute, and
Mm-hmm.
they agree that she has no standing for this lawsuit. So why has the city not filed a motion to dismiss the $550 million lawsuit that Chief Davis, Strickland, and Young have essentially confessed the city's liability to? Well,
Mm.
perhaps it's to split some of the recovery. Next thing is, what you have out there is not random police run into a random citizen.
Mm-hmm.
It's a love triangle, a quadrangle situation that's going on where Tyree was allegedly involved with the baby mama of a cop, the wife of a cop, and so on and so forth. And they had already met with him and told him to back off. He said F off, and they said, "Okay, we're going to get you." They caught him out in the streets. They beat his behind. That would have been the end of it. They were all Qs. They were in the same fraternity. They didn't like the fact that Tyree, apparently, this is the allegations out there, had been messing with three of their women. So he would have survived, but for the fact that he had Crohn's disease and he bled out.
Mm.
So, by the way, you notice they've dismissed them from the lawsuit?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you know why, don't you?
Well, tell us, Judge, please enlighten us.
Because if you're part of the lawsuits, you get to file interrogatories and you get to ask and make statements in interrogatories and depositions. And what happens is it comes out that there is a relationship from those cops and Tyree Nichols that the allegations would reveal existed from before they ran into him out on the streets. So what happens is it's not police misconduct, it's personal conduct by people that just happen to work someplace. In other words, if you take 5 people who work for, say, UPS,
Mm-hmm.
and one of them, 2 of them, 3 of them had girlfriends or wives that got jacked over, and these UPS employees go out and jack somebody up. Is UPS liable because they did something personal that wasn't connected with UPS business? See, in other words, the theory would have been for the defense that would have jeopardized the case. This wasn't Memphis police action. This was personal.
But it was on Memphis Police clock time,
Yeah,
though.
but I'm
It
saying,
was on
supposing
the clock.
UPS did that,
Mm-hmm.
it wouldn't be a UPS liability if it came out that these guys outside of UPS were looking at them and they just agreed to meet up while they were at work and get him. But you see, also that destroys the narrative that Kamala Harris Imhoff, Chicken George Al Sharpton, and et cetera, all of the Democrats were using that this is another example of racism where police are running amok and beating up innocent citizens. This was personal. It wasn't police business. See, it would destroy that narrative. And by the way, when did it become white? When the cops are all black and the chief of police is a black female and 70 some percent of the cops are black and 60% of the female, well, excuse me, 60% of the criminal court judges are black and female. 75% of the jury pool is black, and the district attorney is a Democrat. So, how does this narrative work out if you take all that away? You strip out a main talking point.
It's interesting though, because my thing is they should never been cops. They had no restraint, no discipline, and they had a reputation for attacking black motorists. Though they
Well,
had a
yeah, but see,
reputation.
here is the other thing about that. I
Mm-hmm.
just happen to know very well the sister of the former commander of that unit. He
Okay,
took an early retirement because he said they're not giving me any backup. I can't manage these people.
right. They
And,
shouldn't be cops.
this was part of the local Democrat thing. The police are jumping on our folk, is racism. Yeah, these are black cops. Most of these cops are black. Where did
Mm-hmm.
racism come in? So he was stripped of his command authority. His replacement resigned 2 weeks before this Tyree Nichols thing happened. He said the same thing. They won't let me control this unit. I'm not going to get stuck being responsible for what these young folk, very young, are
Mm-hmm.
up to with nobody out there supervising them. And
That's
by the
that's
way,
crazy.
that unit got created at citizens' demand. It was known as Blue Crush at first because
Mm-hmm.
people in South Memphis and other places were complaining about the crime surging thanks to the Democratic Party's policies. So,
Uh-huh.
see, this was a cover. And they ran with it. So now you can't take that out and leave them in. If you left them in, it would come
Mm-hmm.
out what's going on because the civil thing had to wait the outcome of the criminal.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's put on hold because if there's a pending criminal matter, you can't do a deposition or an interrogatory because, guys, I take the Fifth Amendment. I refuse to, and you can't make him. In a
Mm-hmm.
civil thing, you can make the defendant give a statement against his own interest, but not in a criminal matter.
Okay.
So now that the criminal matters have been resolved to a great extent, they're dismissing these parties because they don't want what they might enter into the record if they were compelled to give testimony. So the main thing right now is, why is this $550 million case still pending when under Tennessee law, the plaintiff has no standing to file the case, and the parties with the standing to file are the white adoptive couple in California, and they can't
Mhm.
because they only had a 2-year statute of limitations, which is run.
It is this is just very fascinating. But Judge, I want to look up. I want to put on the record for people like this is what they say about Lamar Owens' population. Said as of the 2024-25 academic year, Lamar Owen College has a total student population of 659, all of whom are undergraduate students. It breaks down to 61% female, that's 403 students, and 39% male, 256 students, and it's about 94%
That's
identifies as
what's the
Black
date of
African
that?
American.
What's the date of that?
It is a school year of 2024 through 2025. The
Okay,
academic year.
2024, 2025, it had been up from what it was. That was the one I'm going to turn you on to, that was the dean of admissions. That was before they discharged her. It had been
Okay.
down below 500, and she brought it up to that, but they let her go for bringing it up.
Real well, it's like this system rewards mediocrity. My problem is like with the city and county governments, how they disrespect Black business owners and vendors. They
Of
don't do
course they
anything.
do.
They don't pay on. They don't pay on time. They're like, what is
Of
sharecropping?
course they
What the hell
do.
wrong with y'all,
Of course they do. But
man?
what does the county commission look like? What does the city council look
It's
like?
Black. The majority Black.
Yeah, what does the county mayor look like? What
He
does the
Black.
city
I
mayor
went
look
to high
like?
school with the county mayor.
Why should it be like that if they were doing their jobs? Why is it that all of the Memphis money, all of the county money, all of the police department's money, the sheriff's money,
Mhm.
the criminal court clerk's money, the circuit court clerk's money, the general sessions court's monies, the county assessor's money, all of it goes into First Horizon Bank?
Mhm.
Wait a minute. Get ready for it. First Horizon is not an American bank, it's a foreign bank.
He used to be
Eh,
First Tennessee though.
No, but First Tennessee got bought out by a Canadian bank. So all that money is under Canadian control. Now, you want to know what the connection is to what you're talking about?
What's the connection, sir?
Under American law, any paper that a bank has, meaning loans, credit, financing, has to be backed up by a certain percentage of cash it has on deposit
Mm.
or held by the Federal Reserve for the bank.
Okay.
The more cash deposits a bank has, the bigger its loan portfolio can be. First Tennessee was not doing well for ordinary businessmen now, nor is First Horizon. They are extending loans and credit and financing to what has been termed the militant mafia, those
Mm.
folk into real estate acquisition, management, development, construction material supply, and artful bribing of county commissioners, city
Wow.
councilmen, and aldermen.
Mm-hmm.
So the money is going to them, and it is not going to the small businessman. It is not going to the middle class homeowners. It
Mm-hmm.
is not being used to develop the city. If you had an effective mayor of county or city, of city council, county commission, whatever the case may be, they could make deposits with other banks that would be allowed to extend credit to set up credit unions, say the Black Baptist Ministers Alliance or the Southern Baptist Ministers Alliance, either one, one's black, one's white, could set up
Mm-hmm.
credit unions through the banks and extend financing and loans to their congregations and building and construction advances and home finance and loans for getting college educations for your children, all kinds of things. But you see, these corrupt clowns that we have in place right now get kickbacks. I know they do. And you see, the kickbacks aren't necessarily uh, the old time thing. It can be a large anonymous cash contribution on a church function day where it is directed to go to the deacon board or to a specific deacon or something, and somebody gets it. You could have a business and you get a large contract to deliver a product at your business bins, but you never have to make the delivery. You can set up a deal with the Sheraton getting almost $500 million benefit, and the taxpayer's not getting a damn dime, but you get consultants fees. You can get a
Right.
situation where $450,000 gets spent on a favored institution that supposedly renovates laptops, and then get a $45,000 consultation fee. That's Edmund Ford's situation, and that's nothing but a bribe. You see, so you can do things like that. You can, this scandal you've been hearing about the child care stuff up in Minnesota, that was Memphis 17 years ago. Everybody that was into politics was into child care. Most of them bailed. This is the prototype for what they're doing up in Minnesota. So, I mean, and then remember Tennessee Waltz, where a whole lot of our local officials and some white people too, some Republicans and some Democrats, wound up going to federal penitentiaries because they were what? Taking kickbacks under the
But it
table.
look like small chump change. That's why it is really sad. Like even
I
the Ford
know.
guy, it's like it's not even $1 million, dude. Come on, man.
But you know
Like,
what? I give you an example. We had
mm,
some, I'll give him credit, Ulysses Jones. He's a fair
mhm,
man and he's dead now. He was a
mhm.
firefighter, a paramedic with firemen.
And
Okay,
we are like a state rep or state senator too.
yeah. So
Okay.
I told him, I said, you know what? I got a feeling that they're going to have a sting. If anybody offers you a large cash contribution,
Mhm.
Xerox all the bills. Technically, that's against the law, but Xerox them anyway. You fill
Right.
out the disclosure form, you march it over first thing to the election commission, file it with them along with the Xerox copies of the bank bills,
Right.
and you get several certified copies that you filed. Well, what happens? Here comes Lottie Da, the investigators, to see him 2 weeks after the fact. What do you got to say about it? Well, here, I filed it. Thanks for the campaign contribution. You son of a bitch, you know. But the rest of them put the chump change in their pockets, and here we go, Lottie Da, where we are right now. You see, they haven't gotten that message. So other people, they were straight, but they're not in politics. I'll give somebody credit where credit's due. G.A. Hardaway was always straight up. His father was a professor and was very active in the civil rights stuff and really put it on the line a lot around here.
Mhm.
And he didn't have to do what he did, but he did. He, H.T. Lockard, A.W. Willis, and Russell Sugarman did a lot of stuff back when.
Right.
They badmouthed him, but so did Ernest Withers. He's the one that took the pictures that wound up getting the Illinois governor to bring Emmett Till's body back.
Mhm.
And you got these people who did stuff. Mr. Bobo, who had the nightclub down there on Thomas Street called the Gay Hawk. It wouldn't be called that now because the words got a whole different meaning.
Right.
But
Right.
that used to be where everybody was. Matter of fact, that's how you got the Civil Rights Museum. It was me, Randy Wade, Chuck Scruggs with WDIA, a Bailey who owned the Lorraine Motel. We had meetings down there with A.W. Willis, and he wanted to sell the place. Even when
Mhm.
King was in it, it was on the whole track, and that's where the prostitutes did their business. It was an hourly rate motel.
Mm.
So he wanted to sell it. And I think it was me came up with the idea to make it into a museum. So A.W. Willis came up with all of the paperwork. We sat down in the Gay Hawk for lunch and went over it carefully to make it sure all the I's were dotted and T's were crossed. He
Mhm.
went back to his office and was going to take it down to the post office that was downtown at that time. Now it's the Memphis University of
Law
Memphis
school.
Law School.
Yeah.
And he collapsed before he could do it that evening, and he was dead 4 days later. He had a very aggressive cancer that he'd been ignoring. And we shopped it around. Well, his secretary called some other law offices to get somebody to send it off. So a certain somebody's secretary said, yeah, sure. This lawyer wrote a new cover letter, and now his name is on the museum on a brass plaque as the founder. So he
Okay.
had absolutely nothing to do with the idea of turning the whole track into a a museum. That was us. We did that. Chuck Scruggs, Randy Wade, A.W. Willis, Joe Brown, and yeah, okay, and Mr.
But
Bolo.
his name's on the courthouse too, though. Judge Bailey Courthouse.
Yeah, I know,
Downtown.
but more power to him. Interesting politics. His brother's still
Walter.
active,
Yeah.
Walter Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
I know both of them well. In fact, one of them's son, Taurus Bailey, is one of my lawyers. An excellent lawyer if you want somebody that'll fight for you, by the way.
Really?
Uh, he's
Okay.
good. Big guy like you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a good guy. He does his own work for the case, and he is vigorous in the courtroom. I approve, and I've seen some of the best of them.
Okay.
Now, a clue, some of the things that are advertised, biggest law firm, big law firms, are not really law firms, they're franchises. And
Mm-hmm.
you're okay as long as you want a moderate, but not particularly big settlement. You don't need to go to court on the case. But the people that are best at law tend not to charge the highest fees because they do it on matter of principle. And there are too many lawyers these days, and I think advertising has a lot of pitfalls because people hold themselves out to be something they are not. And
Mm-hmm.
frankly, amongst the judges, justices, and lawyers, we have a big problem.
Okay.
You walk into a doctor's office. Let's say your family physician gave you a referral. You walk in and you see the degrees on the wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're impressed. But then you find out that your doctor's never been an intern and never done a residency. How much confidence do you look? No, well, this dude is on the thing. This guy got his out of a book, man. You know, I'm a little leery. Well, they have too many lawyers, judges, and justices that have never practiced law, but they have lots of clients and they settle stuff. And I'll give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you the names of the people. It was in my courtroom,
Mm-hmm.
and we had Tariq Sugarman, who is juvenile court judge now.
Mm-hmm.
And he was one of the public defenders in my courtroom, had been for a total of 10 years. And he had an outstanding win record, 64 jury trials on serious felonies. He won every one of them. But in
Wow.
any event, he and the prosecutor are at the bench talking to me about this one individual that's on my docket. The state has indicated that they're going to drop the charges, but Sugarman wanted his client to have the opportunity to pay costs so jeopardy would attach and nobody could pick the case up later. So we were discussing how long he would need to get the costs together so that could happen. This lawyer walks in and I said, sir, you seem to want something. What is it? Well, I'm
Mm-hmm.
interested in such and such cases. Well, come on up. We're discussing this one right now. What's your interest? He said, well, the family's retained me. He said, so you want to look into it for the satisfaction of the defendant retaining his own counsel. All right. 2 weeks be enough? Sure. So I'll let him get his fee, go talk to him. So 2 weeks later, he comes back and this is a case that the state was going to drop. He now announces that his client's going to take a 5-year offer.
Mm.
So what the hell? Well, this guy never had a trial, it turned out. He just had a lot of clients because he had a slick advertising thing. So he's going to plead this man out to 5 years and ask for a petition to suspend sentence. And the state's going to completely drop the damn charges and get the man's record expunged. So I'm going, we're not having that. So
I'm
I
glad you
chewed it.
intervened, Judge. Damn.
Yeah, I chewed his ass out on the court, on the record.
Mm-hmm. Good.
You
Thank
know,
God.
but you see, this kind of
Yeah.
thing is going on. I'd have people come in and have 5, 10 people on my docket, and they've never tried the case. They'd plead everybody out, but they'd get poor offers because they didn't know what was going on. Now, one of my good friends died a few years ago, attorney Sam Perkins, big old
Mm-hmm.
6'7" tall Sam, great lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
When Sam broke in, I mentored him. I remember one time he came down and I was still practicing law. And this has been in the 1980s. And he said, Joe, I got this problem, man. My client says he ain't done a damn thing and they're offering him 10 years. Blah, 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 blah. What am I going to do? I said, well, tell me about the case. I said, well, here, you go
Mm-hmm.
up and you tell them this. About 45 minutes later, I'm still fooling around in general sessions. He comes back and says, well, they dropped it down to 5 years, but my client ain't going for it. It's set for trial today. I said, okay. Well, here's what you tell him. He runs back down. They
Mm-hmm.
reduced it to 2 years. I say, tell Judge Wyman that lawyer Joe Brown will be up there. I will be assisting you in this case. So
Mm-hmm.
he said, the judge said, well, as soon as you can get up there. So I went up, Your Honor, Judge Wyman, I will be assisting Mr. Perkins on this case. Well, do you need any extra time, Mr. Brown, to prepare? And by the way, Bertie Wyman was a Mason. So he
Okay.
used to give me grief until I showed up with a Masonic pen and then I became all right. See,
All
so
right.
he said, will you need more time? I said, no, we'll be ready. I said, with respect to the court, whenever the court comes back from lunch, he said, that I think that's going to be about 2 o'clock, Attorney Brown. I said, okay. Would you please have Mr. So-and-so, the jury commissioner, bring over, if it's with the court's pleasure, 75 prospective. So you'll be ready for trial? Yes, sir, we'll be ready for trial. So I come back after lunch, and there are 75 prospective jurors out there. You know what the state wind up doing? You're going to be on this case? I said, yeah. She said, well, I'll tell you what, we'll drop the charges. I said, if the client gets a chance to pay the court costs, because we want jeopardy to attach. So Perk said, well,
Mm-hmm.
wait a minute, I'll explain it to you later. So he went over and talked to his client, and the client said, yeah, we'll go for that. So the jury commissioner took the 75 back across the street. And
Mm-hmm.
you see that dropped in the same day from 10 years down to nothing at all.
Wow.
And that's because myself, Marvin Ballin, Leslie Ballin, uh, Melvin Turner at the time, and some others, there was a sign, several in the DA's office, saying, if any of the following have a case set for trial in your division, check with Chief so-and-so, you'll need assistance. So you see, that's what happened. And then I worked with Sam, and then Sam, I told him, I said, you're tall, you're thin, and you've got 9 children
Mm.
and 19 grandchildren. Every one of your children went to college, and your grandchildren are doing well. Wear some red suspenders, stick your stomach out, hook your thumbs behind your suspenders when you voir dire the jury, and let them know. And see, he threw this number. And the jury said, oh, Mr. Perkins, can I ask you a question? Objection, Your Honor. Overruled. Mr. Perkins is setting up rapport with the jury. Mr. Perkins, what do you do? I got a grandchild. You got 19 and all. I want your opinion, man. We can't ask for personal now, but see, he's setting up a good rapport.
Right.
So they had a guy named Judd who was a prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
And back when court TV was televising murder cases,
Mm-hmm.
so live, they had to have a feed camera, couldn't show the jury, and all anybody wanted had to go through that feed camera. And Judd had told the people that interviewed him, if I lose this case, I'm resigning. There's no way I can lose this case.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a first degree murder case, and the jury came back and found the man not guilty. So Judd had to resign. He and the
Mm.
DA assistant. So, see, he built up some clients. But you see, this is what happens when you build up experience. You become an expert. But you see, too many of the lawyers today, even ones with national notoriety, have never tried a case, and they have no internship or residency they can call on to hands-on experience. You've got justices and judges that have no experience. They've got one justice on the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. This woman, and I'm not talking about, well, I won't say that. This is not a black woman, but in any event, she put her husband through law school. They had some children. She went to law school. She graduated and she passed the bar.
Okay.
She got sworn in, and 4 days after she was sworn in, the governor made her a circuit court judge in front
Wow.
of jury trials, unlimited jurisdiction, and in other places besides Memphis would have handled criminal cases. I was a circuit court judge. I specialized in criminal stuff, but I could hear civil. So this person who had just been sworn in 4 days before, a complete rookie, was the circuit court judge. Now, to compound the matter, a certain president nominated her to be a federal district court judge a year and a half after she got out of law
Wow.
school. So she was there doing her damage for years and years. And now, a decade later, at the public expense, she's learned and she's on the Court of Appeals. But she's never tried a case. She's never had an individual client to see what's on the other side of the situation. And you have people like that, like Conjay Brown Jackson. That's
Katanji.
horrible.
Okay.
The latest addition to the Supreme Court under Biden. You had available Roger E. Clifton. She was on the same Second Circuit. Well-grounded woman, many trial cases. Her husband, late husband, was a mentor of mine, a hell of an aggressive lawyer. Outstanding. She could have been nominated. She was on the Second Circuit, but they did not nominate her. Bernice Donald from Memphis. I was one of her mentors. She was a defense lawyer, was a public defender, handled appeals. She got on the General Sessions bench, and then she went over to the federal side. Outstanding, well-grounded, experienced trial lawyer. She could have had that nomination. She did. They picked somebody that's scratching their wig and then talking about she doesn't know how to define a woman because she's a shill for the tranny crowd. So you see, this is what's happened to the American circuitry. Now, I will give Trump this. His nominees all have and had a modicum of real experience where they were learned and experienced in the practice of law and wise in the ways of the world. And I've read some of their opinions as a lower level appellate judges, and they're really behind First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth, and the whole panoply of the Bill of Rights being firmly applied for the benefit of a defendant. I can't say that about the rest of them. They're strong into, well, it's their right, but LGBT stuff. And they've been pushing social agendas, and they have very limited trial experience when it comes to real live clients on the other side of the table. They lack political experience. You've heard of Earl Warren, that everybody on the Democrat side was hollering, impeach Earl Warren, that handled a lot of those civil rights cases in front of the Supreme Court as Chief Justice that we won and Thurgood Marshall argued. Well, the backstory behind that is he was the Republican governor of California, and Eisenhower looked at him as a rival for the nomination to being the next Republican presidential candidate. So he cut that off at the knees by nominating him to be Chief Justice on the Supreme Court. But you see, he had a lot of experience dealing with political realities and such type of things. And by the way, governors make good justices for the most part if they're intelligent, because they had to deal with people in the application of law.
Right.
But we don't have that anymore. We don't have a Justice Black, a Justice Douglas. a Justice Marshall, Mr. Baseball Bat, a Justice Earl Warren, who, by the way, was Republican.
Mm.
We don't have that kind of thing. We don't have any kings who died. And by the way, Martin Luther King was a staunch Republican.
Mm.
He's a frat man too, for that matter.
Oh yeah,
But see,
absolutely.
that was from back in the days when frats and sororities were fighting American apartheid, segregation, and the pledging was hard so they could weed out the people that might break under pressure and confess to Sheriff Bubba what everybody else was doing. And it was broken down into 4 frats, 4 sororities, because when you do something revolutionary, you break it into segments so you can't get everybody if you get somebody. And by the way, this Divine Nine is garbage. There are only 8. And they go back 120 years, and that was to fight segregation. And if you look at everybody from union leaders that were black to political
Mm.
leaders to the 332nd Airmen, they were to a single man members of frats. So you see this whole thing, 761st, its officers were all members of frats that were black. And we even had the first black Greek as vice president of the United States, and it wasn't Kamala Imhoff. It was vice president for Lyndon Baines Johnson, Hubert Humphrey. I had to go get Big Brother Hubert Humphrey's autograph. He was a
Mm.
tall, 6'4", blonde white boy who made it in Minnesota in a black frat back in the 1930s and then made grad chapter in the 1940s. So he got made when they had plenty of hardwood and violence, but he got made as a black frat member. So that's the first black frat to be a VP of the United States. That was back in 1964, not somebody that was in under the Biden administration in 2020. So, tell the truth about this when you tell the truth. So we have a long history of people who are doing stuff, but we don't have any of those heroes now. You see, I'd say somebody's a hero if they've been walking the streets out here in South Central
Mm.
and dealing with the young brothers out there and talking with the street gangs and finding out what needs to be done. See, you go talk to a cop out on the beat now, and you find them standing around with some other guys, and they're in the gas station parking lot outside of the convenience store, and they're sipping on a soft drink. Why aren't you out in the streets, man? It's crazy out there, man. And my posse's not out there. You know that. They got in other words, the wrong gang is out there.
Mm.
Police department and the sheriff's departments have been infiltrated with street gangs. So that's why Bonner suffered all of these deaths in custody. That was gang violence that was going on, and somebody that was a deputy jailer, female, was dating somebody that's in one of the posses, or vice versa.
Mm.
And you have employees of the jail who are jailers, and you have deputies out on patrol, and they're members of street gangs. And nobody knows how to control them, to go deal with them. You have situations that are positive. If you got a 2-year college degree and you go through Teach America, you will be hired as a teacher. But a few years ago, the starting salary for a 2-year degree teacher was just 28,000, which is way below the poverty level.
Mm.
So you got a lot of gang members, OGs, who became school teachers. And now it's kind of funny. They have the best behaved classes in the schools because they don't have to depend upon the principal. Is the
Mhm.
posse goes and visits the parent. Hey, look, man, it's like this lady, look, one of our homies is a teacher for your child, and your child been providing difficulties. We expect that to stop.
Mm.
Unless we have to be more graphic about it, we understand that you will get your child to behave so our homeboy doesn't have too much hard time with him or her. And then child acts right. See? So, I mean, there's a good side to it. Well, we need to deal with people who know that, but we don't have these boule folk up there can do that.
Mm.
See, to practice the law, I was the last jurors on the James Earl Ray. I had 5 people break into my house, and there was a shootout back in the 90s because they didn't like what I was doing.
Wow.
All right. I've been out with some other lawyers that now dead. We were trying to help some folk out here, black landowners who were getting jacked around because of some things that their grandparents did. And I can remember one, there's a guy named Tom Burrell. He's written some books. He came out of Howard. He set up some agricultural corporations. My client was a beautiful 16-year-old sister who's now in 50 something. But her father had been, grandfather that she inherited the land from, had been renting 80,000 acres of farmland for just $250 a year and no
Mm-hmm.
percentage of the crops to some people up in Brownsville. Well, I went up there and I got the chancellor to set the finding the injunction to keep Burrell and this woman's people off of her own property. And I got quite a few certified copies from the clerk, and I put them in an empty briefcase. Well, when we went to a 10,000 acre stretch, it was landlocked. In other words, you had to go down side roads to get there. The other side had taken bulldozers and knocked down trees and moved boulders onto the road so nobody could get in there. So Burrell had his crew bring some tractors and heavy lifting equipment, and we sent somebody who had a dirt bike over to where we were going, and he said it was clear. So Burrell's equipment moved all these obstructions off. We got to the site of the property, and the other guys showed up. So what wound up happening, I had a 45 in one hand, 357 in the other, and our side had shotguns and rifles, and their side had shotguns and rifles, and the guy with the dirt bike had gone to a payphone on the highway at a gas station, called the sheriff. So he shows up. It was funny. Boys, put them guns down. Lower them muzzles. We ain't having everybody killing everybody. I ain't got nothing to do with it. What the hell is going on? Tell me what you doing here with your folks. They's trespassing, Sheriff. No, we're not, Sheriff. If you open that briefcase, there's certified orders from Chancellor so-and-so saying this property is in the possession of my client, and they trespassing. Tommy, look like you boys trespassing. Better get your ass over here. I'll go take the bodies in for trespassing, but hell, y'all kill each other if you want to. Now, see, there ain't one of these son of a bitches out here holding his ass out, been there, they're on the table trying to get some rights, and they're all hollering about black loss of land property. See, that's the real deal. Or, you go to situations where you have to go to an outlying area. There's a murder case. You're helping somebody investigate. And let's say Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson's an old black man. And some fool is trying to disrespect Mr. Johnson because he just got hired by the local police department. So while you're waiting to talk to somebody, you're hearing this conversation. Boy, what the hell's wrong with you, son? Well, this nigger sat up there and boy, don't you know that's Mr. Wilson? That's Mr. Bill's nigger. What you mean? They've been hanging together since they children. They even run white women together. You see that nigger, you better call him Mr. or Mr. Bill kill your ass. That's why you got this job, because somebody crossed him and they found his dead body in a ditch with his head half cut off. He bought all these squad cars. That nigger you do not mess with. You call him Mr. and you show him respect. But I don't care, boy. I don't want to be cleaning your nasty infants up off the side of the road either. That look real nasty. So you gonna act right there? Well, yes, sir. I want to hear it, boy. Yes, sir. You treat the niggers right, and you may mess with one of his kinfolk, so I suggest you treat all the niggers you run into in this town okay. You got me, boy? Yes, sir. Well, don't be acting like you from Alabama no more. This Tennessee. I'm going, okay. See, there was a whole lot of that. They grow up together. I remember I was the public defender, and this was in the 70s, and everybody was sick with the flu. So they had night court. So I filled in. So um, I go in there, and they got this old brother in his late 80s. He's been in lockup all day long, and I note that the cop that arrested him was there on a traffic case. So I asked the judge, his name was Robert Love, if I could advance the case. He said, fine. I had the clerk bring the jacket down, and we added it to the docket. Well, I had just got through talking to him, and the back door of the courtroom gets kicked open. Old white lawyer standing there with a 357 up in the air. He said, don't know some bitch move, don't even breathe hard. The police went for their guns, and then they saw who it was. They jumped under the pews. They hit the floor. This guy's name is Jimmy Thompson. He had been sheriff for Shelby County, and I think he'd even been county mayor at one time, and he was still practicing law. He walks in, you Lawyer Brown, ain't you? I said, yes, sir. You got the ticket on, let's just call it Mr. Jackson. I said, yes, I do. Here, let me see it. He said, Officer so-and-so. So he reaches over and grabs the cop by the hair, pulls him up, puts the gun to his face, looks at his name tag. Ain't you. Ain't you. He says, it's you, son of a bitch. That's my nigger. Don't nobody lay hands on my niggers but me. He said, you touch him, you look cross-eyed at him, I'm killing you, your stringy-haired wife, your children, your hunting dogs, and all your livestock. You hear me, boy? Yes, sir, I sure do. You hear me? He say, and you better not mess with any more of these niggers, because you may get one of his kin by mistake. You mess with his kin, you mess with my kin, I'll kill you. And the judge said, Mr. Thompson, please. He said, Robert, shut the hell up. I used to fuck your mammy on a regular basis. You may be one of mine. He said, yes, sir. So Jimmy Thompson said, come on, Mr. Jackson, we going. And they walked out the courtroom together. And the judge said, Mr. Brown, what numbers on my docket is Mr. Jackson? And I said, and I gave him, show those charges dismissed. I said, yes, sir. Now, see, that's how folk used to roll around here. Now, that was a mayor of the county, if I'm not mistaken. He definitely was sheriff. So do you think anybody that holds those offices would get that kind of respect where the police dive to the floor? Now, I asked one of the court officers what that was about. He said, well, Lawyer Brown, when I first got hired by the sheriff's department years and years ago, I hadn't been out on the streets after being a deputy jailer but 2 weeks, and we busted these two good old boys for being drunk. Jimmy Thompson drove a V12 Packard or a big Cadillac back in those days, so he stopped, and he knew who I was. He stayed on top of stuff. And he said, you ain't been out in the streets but a couple of weeks. I just saw your stuff across my desk. He said, what we got here? And I told him we got two public drunks. So he said, I know one of them. I don't know the other. He said, hey, watch this closely. He walked over and he spoke to the one he didn't know. He said, you boy, I don't know you. Yes, sir. I know you don't know me. He said, you feed your wife, take care of your children? He said, yes, sir, sure do. He said, well, I don't want to see you back up in here again. He said, go on about your business. He said, no, matter of fact, stand over there. He said, now I told you I don't want to see you anymore, haven't I? He said, well, he agreed. What did I tell you? Something bad was going to happen to you if I ever saw you again. He said, you want me to be held out as a lie that I lied to you? Well, no, sir. He said, I didn't think you would. So he said, man, Jimmy Thompson pulled out his pistol, shot that man in the head twice, and said, call the meat wagon. I don't want this filth polluting my jail anymore. And
Wow.
where it was, that park downtown, all between Second and Third, where off of Third and is it Madison, where they have the fountain out there?
Yeah. Okay.
That's where all this happened. He said he shot that man right in front of the fountain.
Wow.
And he's a white guy. And he just left. He done killed 25, 30, 40 people we know about. So
What? His
white
name
and
Jim
black.
Thompson. You said his name
Yeah,
Jim.
so we said it like, when that man walk in, that's like that skeleton in that hooded
The
robe with
Grim
that
Reaper.
side
Yeah.
Grim Reaper. You act like there's somebody gonna
He was
die.
able to get away with all of that. Wow.
Yeah, so see that's the way they used to roll around here. And to make a long story short, I was campaigning for Otis Hughes when he unsuccessfully ran for mayor way back when. And I was talking to those brothers. Say, I know you, Lawyer Brown. I said, yes, sir. I met you, I think, at one of your niece's places. He said, well, look here. It ain't like politics been crooked. It's always been crooked. He said, but when I voted before, I got me a nice, shiny new quarter, a slice of juicy watermelon, and a shot of good whiskey. Now you don't get shit for you folk. That's the problem. Ordinary
Mm-hmm.
people, we don't get a damn thing out of this except getting used and abused, and these folk walk with everything.
Mm.
And that's what the case is. Our elected officials get everything and we get nothing. All of the restaurants are gone. There's hardly any black clubs anymore. We just have Malco. We don't have any of the mini movie houses. We've
Mm.
got crime in the streets. This is murder capital of the United States. The unemployment situation is horrible. We've got one part of the town, East Memphis, has one of the highest per capita incomes in America, and they don't depend on anybody local. And we've got one of the lowest per capita incomes in the rest of the place. We've got Midtown and Cooper Young getting everything. That's the only place in the city where the streets don't have potholes and they put up a lot of speed breaks. We've got everything else neglected. The town's crapped out. They're not taking advantage of the opportunities for trade and industry.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a pathetic mess. And the elected officials are scooping millions of dollars out of the public trough under the table.
Mm.
And that's what we've become. We are a laughing stock. And by the way, the whole country is interested. I just interviewed some places, podcast in Los Angeles, New
Mm-hmm.
York, Chicago yesterday, and the hot item is Charlotte Bergman. It says, we're listening to the Democrats, but we've got Charlotte Bergman, who is likely to be the first elected black to go to Congress in Tennessee in 20 years. What are they complaining about? She's Republican. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
So, well, we hear Tennessee, what black congressmen are they losing? Answer, none. So
Yeah,
why are
that's
you
crazy.
listening to the rhetoric unless somebody, Negro, has been passing for being white, Jewish Steve Cohen, a member of the gay caucus in Congress?
Mm.
So, I mean, think about it. What are we hearing? All of these black elected officials that white supremacy is stripping away from us through the evil Republican Party. We haven't lost one. We'll be gaining one.
Well, Joe, you made your case. I guess round of applause.
I mean, it's a long story, but what the hell?
It's fascinating, but I just I don't know, man. You pay people well. I look at the Memphis tourism CEO Kevin Kane. This man is making over $622,000 a year as his base salary, and I'm looking at where's the free music festival? Why is Bill Street so dilapidated on one side? Why is like a ghost town on one side? And really, the part that is the most important part of Bill Street is the one that's being neglected, the one that got the Black Memphis narrative that they don't want to acknowledge. But my thing is, these are black people doing this to other black folk. And like I had built.
Hey, wait a minute. How much does the mayor get paid?
He get paid enough. He get paid almost. He get paid a little bit under 200,000, I believe.
Yeah. How much does the governor of the state get paid?
That's a good question. How much does he get?
So this guy's getting paid $600-some thousand as a base salary to do what? And by the way, the other side of the bill that is prospering, don't tell anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Money laundering. Certain people launder money through them because it works out real well for that purpose when you pay a very high monthly rental and you have very high expenses, and you don't have to worry about making money because you're running money through the place, and whether you're making it or not, you make it look like you are.
That's crazy. But they said the governor of Tennessee, Bill Lee, as of this year, he gets paid between, say, he can't give you an exact number. They said between $204,336 to $224,000 per year.
So anyway, by the way, our chief of police may be getting paid more than the governor. Check that out. And the question is why. She was under investigation in Atlanta and Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, not for mishandling a SWAT team, but for child pornography, and some of her associates are doing long federal time for that.
Well, they said, she makes about, this is about 3 years ago, like 280,000 a year. Or she
280,000. How much?
She took a $30,000 pay. I don't know.
But how much does the governor make?
He make like 224,000.
In other words, she makes more than the governor. She's the highest.
Yeah, wow.
She's the highest paid government official in Tennessee for what? Being an abject failure, where we're the most violent city in the United States of America. The question is, why in the hell is that the case when for 40 years before her, we had a non-civil service director of police who could be hired and fired at the will of the mayor with the city council's approval. Now she's civil service. You can't fire her. Why is she on a civil service job making more than the governor of the state?
Yeah, about 246,370 for, because she took a pay cut.
So why is she still making more than the mayor? And by the way, I suggest you might find the pay cut will come from a share of the Tyree Nichols settlement that they are salivating in anticipation for.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. If you can't live off what they making, if you that corrupt where you cannot live off of that salary alone, not to mention health benefits, all types of benefits and stuff, that's a problem. There is a problem. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really care about either wing on that bird. It's got to be some independent, rough riding, some gangster mentality stuff got to take place to shake up Memphis politics. It got to be some people they ain't give a damn about no kickbacks. They gonna put their life on the line. They gonna put some other people's lives on the line. The process too. Well, it have to be a full-out civil war. I just can't do this no more. They too mediocre. It's too many mediocre people that got their fingers in the damn pie.
That's why they hated the idea that I speak out. You know, they don't want me to talk. That's why they didn't want me to run for city mayor.
But you was you helped get the president in the office.
Yeah. And see, the other
well-known conservative in Tennessee, black conservative.
And see, the other thing is too, truth be known, that's what the Republicans did to me. I qualified. I got recruited by a lot of Republicans to run for county mayor, but they wanted there by a guy, DeBerry, who is a lifetime Democrat too. Oh, he uses that phrase too. Build bridges, so the same old the Democrats have been doing keeps getting done. Meanwhile, they've got the mega folk that want to make a change so that some party reflects the real people, rather white, black, brown, red, and other, rather than just relying on you getting victimized by white supremacy. You need to vote for me so I can get in and get a whole lot of money under the table, sell you out, and promote my friends over here who are really ripping you off. See, that's the problem here.
Bunch of grifters, man. I just like, damn.
That's why I support Charlotte Kennedy. She's an honest woman. She's forthright. By the way,
Charlotte Kennedy or Charlotte Bergman?
Charlotte Bergman, excuse me.
Okay.
Charlotte
Is
Bergman.
that her middle name, Kennedy or something? Or
No, I was thinking about a specific somebody. I was drifting one of those old man things
well,
about
you know what this was going to take. This is how basically Cohen got into office, the splitting of the black vote. Now they splitting districts in the majority black place. This is how you get into office, because really Nikki Tinker could have won that. Ford Jr. didn't put his all behind there. And a lot of these people think they be chosen by God to run these offices, to run us to the ground. But the last time we had a type of unity was the police. I mean, the People's Convention with Harrington. And when they tried to steal the vote, because you had that much black solidarity, they couldn't steal it. We don't have
Well,
that.
no, that was no. They almost did. The reason they didn't is because Judge James Swearingen and Judge Joe Brown got invited in as official election witnesses as circuit court judges under Tennessee law. We went over there. There was a courageous black janitor who said, "Are you gentlemen looking for a little silver record? Looks like this." I said, "Yeah." Why was that important?
Right.
They were saying the Doc lost the race by 94 votes. They couldn't find the electronic recordation, so when they did the hand tabulation, he was supposed to be losing by 94 votes. So Lieutenant Bolden, now deceased, went with me. He was in uniform, and Swearingen had his bailiff. I can't remember the gentleman's name. And we were standing there. So when the janitor came over to us, we said, "Well, where is this?" He said, "Well, see that desk over there? It's in the second drawer down on the far left. Who put it in there?" And he identified them. So we sent our bailiffs over and had them come over. Said, "Judge Swearingen, I'm very concerned about where this CD is. Now, if it's found and somebody's recollection is refreshed," I did the talking. I said, "We won't have cause to set a $250,000 bond for election fraud when we have our bailiffs handcuff you and arrest you." And I think that desk over there, if it helps anybody out, may be suspect. So, "Oh, that's where it is." And they went over and they got the CD. And when they ran it, it showed on the tabulation that Doc won by 126 votes, not lost by 94. It was that close. So it wasn't a turnout. What was going on is people were standing on cars all up and down second and third. And Bill Hackett, he wasn't a bad guy. He just wasn't that good at it. And they were chanting, "Just can't hack it no more. Just can't hack it no more." And they were going to have some civil service disturbances if it had announced that Harrington had lost. Now, he's got an interesting connection. He had been superintendent of schools, and they fired him because he had this bogus affair, supposedly with a Persian woman who seems to have been well known amongst the black Peabody happy hour attendants, elected black officials.
Right.
And I was on the research team that researched it. And under Tennessee law, the accusations that she brought were no longer viable in Tennessee. And the lawyer wound up, that filed the case, acknowledged that it wasn't. He just thought he would bring issues to the forefront by filing it quickly. So I think A.C. Wharton was the main lawyer, and I had assisted him in coming up with the brief since we had practiced together at the time. So, yeah, it wasn't a mass turnout. It was a cheat that was in progress until James Swearingen and Joe Brown, along with Lieutenant Bolden and one other individual, stopped it from happening. And a brave janitor, he said, "They say they're going to fire me if I come up here and tell you what I may know." I said, "We'll see to it. And say anything happened to him, somebody's in some serious trouble."
Now, what I was saying, that's not what I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the spirit of black solidarity
Oh
won the
yeah.
day. Cause all you black men acted on code. Cause what people don't understand about I'm a janitor, and I work in these places that people they don't acknowledge me. They very disrespectful. I'm talking about these are black people doing this to other black people, but they don't know who I am really. They just see me as the janitor. So like Frank Wills, the security guard at Watergate, he was just a brother from Georgia, 24 years old, doing his job, and he got punished for it. He brought down the most powerful man in the world, Nixon. But my thing is about is like how you move on code. And when I talk about black solidarity, the only reason why Cohen or Strickland or even a Trump could get elected is when you have a certain percentage of black folks acting in unison. Not all of us, because it's only take a small group of people to affect history. So I'm saying in Memphis, we just need a certain small amount of the committed few to act on code to shift the paradigm. Because these folks don't work for the people. They don't work for the so-called constituents. They work for the folks who write the biggest paychecks, or sometimes the smallest paycheck. They don't answer to us. We got to put people in office that we vet, that we give an agenda, that we give the marching orders to. They are not leaders. They are puppets meant to be controlled by people that know how to pull those strings. It don't have to be no corporations. It could be everyday people getting knowledge of self, getting a political education of how things work. Because if there was really black power, Tony Carruthers would not be on death row for some bullshit. I thought he was the boogeyman all this time because the media told me he was the boogeyman. Because he looked the part of a hitman, whatever. Now I learned the truth a couple of days. It pisses me off that people talk about power, but do not use power to empower the people. Elon Musk don't even pay a light bill. He worth $800 billion, but you gonna get on me and cut my lights off if I'm short $50. So my thing is time out for the BS. Let the games begin. People understand Tennessee was the first state to return to the Union, was the last one to leave. You had the second most battles of the Civil War fought in Tennessee. It was the gateway to the West. It's time to get vision back where it needs to be, in the hands of the people who want to lead. I'm tired of people. I don't care if you're a frat. I don't care if your last name is Ford or Hooks or Mason, whoever the hell you are. Time out for that, because I could have been a Prince Hall Mason. I come from a line of Prince Hall Masons. I could have been an Alpha. I got bloodline I got pedigree in my bloodline, but I don't do it for that. I do it because I want to help our people win something, hold something, because in 15 years, Memphis will be a city that people want to go to. They already
Well,
come
it
here.
could be.
Now it's going to be because the
Well,
LLCs
in other
got the tech
words, if you
companies.
get rid of these
I'm
obstructions
tired
that
of
you
them,
were
Judge.
talking about,
Yeah,
it could be the most powerful city in America,
right.
displace New York, Chicago, Boston, and all of these places, Philadelphia, because it's located at the distribution point for North America.
Yes, sir.
There is a way through barge traffic to get them loaded up in Europe and in Asia and go through the Mediterranean or the Suez Canal on barge transports to New Orleans, up the Mississippi directly to Memphis, and bypass all of that storage fee, shipping cost, pilferage, under the cover payoff stuff that's on the East Coast and get directly into the center of action. There's no smog inversion layer. You got the Mississippi River with all of this unlimited water for industrial purposes available. You can use it to generate hydroelectric power without having to make a dam and interfere with navigation. And these
Mm-hmm.
clowns here can't even visualize that, and they're doing with petty little chump change stuff that's making the rest of us suffer.
But also, Judge, they could take the recycled wastewater or whatever and turn it to fertilizer like Milwaukee did back in the day.
Oh
You
yeah,
actually turn that to fertilizer and help people become entrepreneurs. You can help black folks get businesses and distribution, and also, you know what I'm saying? They don't they talking about what Mayor Young talking about putting kids as interns at small businesses, and y'all not even trying to pay about small businesses,
oh yeah.
especially
And
black
see,
owned ones. Man. That's
that,
sharecropping.
that
That's
that's got to
economic
do
that's sharecropping.
First Horizon, Canadian Bank gets all the money. They aren't interested in it.
Mm-hmm.
Bank of America came here, but they've got a different national thing. Regions bought up what the Tennessee Bank was,
Yeah.
and you've got Wells Fargo. There was a vacuum here about 20 years ago. They came in to fill because the local banks weren't doing it. You know,
The
you
black
don't
folks
have
lost their
tri-state.
homes at Wells Fargo. They foreclosed on a lot of black folks' homes and shit
Yeah,
because,
I know that,
and they
but I'm
sponsor
just saying.
NAACP Image Awards.
Yeah, I'm just saying we
Mhm.
haven't had banking here that dealt with the folk who live here
Right.
for a long time outside of this select interest into the big five categories we've talked about
Hmm.
today. So that needs to change, and that's political. And these clowns don't even understand it. I've talked to some of them, they go, huh? So when you are aware of the banking laws, huh? About
And
one
they
of
in
the few
office too,
people.
Judge. These are people in office representing us,
Yeah,
supposedly, right?
one of
So
the
you see,
few
you talk to
people that understood this was G.A. Hardaway, and
Oh, he was brilliant, man. I love talking
yeah,
to him.
he was between a rock and a hard place trying to
Right.
do right. But
Yeah.
so Miss Barbara Cooper got it, but
Hmm.
her
And they
replacement
gone
doesn't.
now. Them folks don't even, they
Yeah,
go. They
but that's
gone.
who Justin Pearson is holding the
District
seat of.
86. Yeah.
Barbara Cooper, she knew it. Dr. Cooper, and we have ignoramuses that don't know, don't care,
But it's hurting everybody else
hurting
because
everybody.
they willfully ignorant though. They willfully ignorant. They don't want to give a damn. They don't want the responsibility of knowing and doing right. They got to go. Judge, they got
Well,
to
I'll
get
give
out
an
of here.
example. Democratic
Mhm.
Party always enjoys the services of very loyal Dale Gill. Dale
Okay.
Gill is a systems engineer. He approaches stuff like that, which pisses some of the Democrats off. He's the only one that has a glimmer of what Robert's Rules of Orders are, parliamentary procedure. They
Right.
hate him, and they've got people who are chairmen that have no clue, don't know how to run a meeting, and everything is
Hmm.
chaos.
Hmm.
But they do more in their favor if they paid more attention to them, but they don't. So it's kind of every resource they have, they screw up. 2013, they had me come here. I was a Democrat then
Hmm.
to do a roast of Doc Harrington as a fundraiser. They had it at the Memphis Country Club.
Okay.
What wound up happening was it was supposed to raise money.
Hmm.
The Democratic Party had about $240,000 in their account that was supposed to be used to help people campaign for the upcoming summer 2024, 2014 elections, right?
Hmm. You run for DA. You
Yeah,
run.
they
Yeah.
talked me into it. They asked me.
Hmm.
And what happened? I ran against Amy Wyrick, but instead of two candidates in the system, there were five. Three of them were fictional, and 84,000 votes went to the fictional three candidates rather than to the two candidates who ran. And most of those were coming from areas that had polled heavily for me, but that's another thing. But back to this story. When the election came around, the Democratic Party didn't even have $250 in its account because it was gone. Now, their chairman at the time,
Okay.
he was accused of taking $28,000.
Hmm.
Prosecution was not evoked because the Democrats didn't want to start a scandal.
Mm.
But that was just 28,000 of the 200 some thousand, right?
Hmm.
Where the rest of it went, I found out later. Somebody that arranged the thing bought silverware, serving utensils, china, crystalware from the country club. Now, why does the Democratic Party need upscale five-star restaurant dishes and pans and pots? They don't. So what
Hmm.
happens is 6 weeks later, the country club cut this person a check for the price of the goods that they just kept. But instead of it going back to the Democratic Party bank account, the
Hmm.
individual pocketed it.
Mm.
Now, that summer, this same individual was having picnics out in black areas where he was bringing in the other side's candidates to introduce them to the black community. And he's supposed to be a staunch Democrat, but he's bringing in people from the other side to meet the black community. Now, a few months later, Gail Rose, formerly married to Mr. Rose, who was the CEO for First Tennessee Bank at the time, got up at a meeting for the Lincoln Republicans, which is an organization started by black folk, as we know, but they didn't know it at the time. And they were talking about this individual's daughter was getting all of these loans and lines of credit that no other black entrepreneur in Memphis had ever been allowed to get. And her father, who was Sidney Chisholm, had been so helpful to the cause by allowing or facilitating through his picnics all of these people to get exposed to the black community. That's like Judge Joe McCarty, now deceased, getting the black bloc vote every time, even though he had been Grand Wizard of the Klan
Right.
and
Crazy.
chairman of the White Citizens Council.
That's like some George Wallace stuff, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, see, that's Memphis politics, and that's old
Yeah.
time politics. Or like somebody, a prominent black official, no longer there. Juvenile court had, I think, 14 outside children through juvenile court that they were squeezing him by the balls on. And another somebody had 20 some outside children.
It wasn't no
And
last name Ford, right? It was no Ford.
I won't say, and I won't mention the next one. I at one time represented the Black Baptist Ministers Alliance back in the 80s. And one prominent preacher, his dad had been a prominent preacher. He was a big time preacher. I started off when he had 4 children at juvenile court going through there. And when I finished up and got elected to the bench, I was helping him out on 12 children outside of his family he had through
Fruitful and
juvenile court.
multiplying, hey.
And I said, we got those records, so we got to read what they were saying to these individuals to make sure they supported the cause in a hidden fashion. And then let's see, somebody's family Skyen had 49 outside children through juvenile court. Just think of that.
Ooh, wow. You said 49? Did I hear that right?
49. And, you know, they tried to get Otis Higgs. There was an unfounded allegation against him for fathering a child. He had nothing to do with it. But Kenny Turner, who was a 6th grade dropout and was the judge down there who wasn't permitted to hear cases, which is why they hired all those referees and magistrates.
How the hell
outside
you
of the
become
law.
a judge? I
What-
don't understand, man.
Well, he was a 6th grade dropout, but he had run Vice, and he and his buddy Curtis Persons, who was a state legislator in the state senate and ran the judiciary committee, was listed as his special judge on a line item salary from the county commission, except Tennessee's law says a special judge has to be elected every day by 3 lawyers having cases before the court when the duly elected regular judge is unable to attend. So, but he had a line item, so I guess they could exercise the time machine and
This
see
stuff
that he
is
was.
insane, man.
I know it's insane. So
They
anyway,
still doing it. They still doing this type of monkey business. I don't
yeah.
know.
So I talked to the former, at that time, retired head of the Sheriff's Department Sex Crimes Bureau, and I knew the head of the Police Department Sex Crimes Bureau, and they talked about the case they had on volunteer counselors down there who paid to take little cute curly-haired boys out on Friday night, take them down to the bathhouses in Hot Springs, have little fun times with them, and bring them back Monday afternoon. And how they were paying to do that, and they wanted to return indictments, and they were told to back off. So, I mean, it's been going on down there, but that's...
This is before the Epstein files. No.
Yeah, but I mean, this has been getting worse. Wyatt Chandler, who made a very good mayor and was a good judge, they had him because he had allegedly a child with a black woman that they had him on down at juvenile court. Soon as the kid hit that cutoff adult age and they had no more, he said, screw him down. And me and a guy named Wayne Chastain, who's now dead, he was, yeah,
He was
we
about the
filed
James
all.
Earl Ray stuff, right?
Yeah,
The MLK
he
stuff.
and I filed all these habeas corpus actions back in the
Mhm.
early 1980s, and we won every one. And when Wyatt Chandler's purported child got too old for juvenile court, Chandler closed him down 2 or 3 times at our behest until they changed stuff up and did it right. And then we found out where the money was going. They lost on various habeas corpus petitions that Chastain and I filed because they weren't giving people charged with adult crimes, meaning adults that they had for one reason or another down there, appointed counsel. And they came up with saying, we have got this, and this is way back 1981, and the county commission appropriated $34,000 to pay for appointed counsel. Well, the next year when we filed, they had given them 120,000, but they hadn't used one dime to pay for appointed counsel. And by the time I filed my last one down there on discovery, we determined that they had now upped this fee to $1.25 million, and they still weren't appointing people. And then the sheriff filed a habeas action in my courtroom in 1991 because he had 120 people who were non-compos in there at juvenile court's orders that he wanted to get out of his jail. And when we got into them then, the money had ramped up to more millions of dollars. And I think the last time we had them, they had $3.6 million, and that was 25 years ago, that they were loaning out to people for house purchases, car purchases, political finance, and the taxpayers were financing certain persons' political activities. We had the proof, and it was done through First Tennessee Bank, and Rose, who was the CEO, was signing off on this stuff, and they were in non-interest bearing accounts, which is against the law. So we had horror story situations where we had, in one attorney in particular, he discovered when he was getting hit for PAC due child support, he said, wait a minute, I've had the custody of this child since they're 13. What are they talking about? And the kid is 41 years old now. What the devil are they saying? Well, somebody from juvenile court had been filing false affidavits that this child was subject to uh, document inaccuracies, and they kept putting the age back to 16, even when the child was 41. So for this 30-some year period, he had had custody of the child, and the child become adult. Somebody was collecting the child support. It wasn't the mother, it wasn't the child, wasn't him, and they didn't want to pay it back. And then when he went up to Nashville, there was a room full of close to 50 people who had had the same problem with Memphis and Shelby County Juvenile Court. So they'd been building up quite a war chest to use for illicit purposes. And there were all these black officials that couldn't keep it in their pants that had these outside children who were being sent these letters. We ultimately discovered of thank you for the assistance, by the way, on bill number so and so. And oh, by the way, we had another complaint from an obvious woman of ill repute, of no foundation. Don't worry, we'll see to the matter without embarrassment. You know, this kind of stuff. So, yeah.
It's just too much craziness going on. I mean, Judge, which is better to be, the mayor of Memphis or the mayor of Shelby County? And you think
Mayor of
about
Memphis. Shelby
why?
County's mayor is more a figurehead. Uh, the city mayor has more executive authority. He's nominally head of the police department, stuff like that. The city attorney's office, they're all under him, just like the president has the Justice Department and stuff under him, the FBI under him, and all of that. The county mayor is more of an administrator, but he does have power and authority. And there are more cities involved. That's Millington, Collierville, Bartlett, Cordova, Arlington, et cetera, Germantown. And there is a bigger reach out thing with that than it is with the city. The city is sort of insular and it does not embrace the 30th Judicial District, which is the county. It doesn't have the county assessor's office. It doesn't have the general sessions court clerk's office, which, by the way, runs more money through it than any other agency in Tennessee. It doesn't have the assessor's office. It doesn't have any of the courts in it. And because there is an impact that the county mayor has on these institutions, he does have his power and authority. And plus, it's an opportunity to evoke Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to come in, the Tennessee Department of Transportation to come in, the state police to come in and investigate. Now, I know that the FBI has a heavy presence here, so does the Justice Department through other agencies, IRS. And I think some of the big squawk from some of our local yokels is because they are likely to wind up being the subject of some indictment activity. And I think a lot of them are coming around to being more cooperative because they're being induced to do something to ameliorate the effects of their criminal activity over the years. So
That's interesting. It's fascinating.
they're going
I
to
know.
have to explain that Sheraton Hotel. They're going to have to explain the park situation. They're going to have to explain that development over where the Greyhound bus was. There are a lot of things that are going to need explanation. Memphis Light, Gas, and Water is going to have to do some explaining.
But they
That
are nonprofit, right? Just the MLGW is
Yeah, but
nonprofit.
look what they did. They sold off all of their maintenance equipment. They sold off the street maintenance equipment that they needed for those occasional snow and ice days. And they contracted with a private party to clear the lines that are still above ground. But instead of charging $2,400 to maybe, I think the high in the state is a little over $6,000 a mile, they contracted with three private entities and they were getting paid $24,000 to $26,000 per square mile. And the current Mayor Young, the past one, Strickland, and some other people are caught up in a scandal that isn't widely published to the extent of $110 to $111 million involving overcharges on this with some allegations of kickback.
It wouldn't be nothing without allegations of kickback. That's the Memphis way. But but my thing is, if they actually benefited the public good, I mean, people can look a other way on certain things. It's like that's why I respect, like in Chicago back in the Daily days. I mean, they did things they did, but they got stuff done. He protected the city's infrastructure, and they not protecting Memphis at all. They got to go, man.
Yeah, and see, they don't deal with it. Like that old guy said when I was campaigning for Otis, see, I got a shiny new quarter, slice of juicy watermelon, and a shot of good whiskey. Now I don't get shit. See, the man in the streets used to get something out the deal.
Yeah, like what you get down. That's what I said. That's what I
What,
don't get it,
another
Judge. I
thing,
don't
you said
understand.
something important. I have to comment about it.
Okay.
Janitorial, waiters, waitresses, people that wait on you are human and they listen.
Right.
The idiots treat them like they're animated appliances. Now, one thing, I had a unique opportunity at UCLA almost 60 years ago. I wound up having a class from a visiting Soviet professor who used to literally run propaganda for the Soviet KGB, and before that, the NKVD, and was the
Uh-huh.
highest ranking woman at that time that had ever been on the Soviet Politburo. So she hit me how politics won. She said, always be nice to the people that wait on other people or
Mm-hmm.
serve. Tip waiters and waitresses, especially, very heavy. And
Mm-hmm.
ever since I've been in Memphis for 55 years, I've done that. So I have grandchildren and great grandchildren of people I tip. My grandmother told me I needed to talk with you. She said you always took care of her well. So I got a spy network. And I see a lot of people moonlight at the Memphis Country Club and the
Mm-hmm.
Crescent Club and, all of the other places. And they tell you, Judge,
Mm-hmm.
my uncle told me I needed to tell you what they was talking about down at the club. What'd they say? Well, I was at such and such place for seasons 52, and I was
Mm-hmm.
waiting on somebody, and this is what they said. Tell me what they said. So you get this intelligence network.
I like
It even
that.
goes to I was at PF Chang's,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
wait, yeah. And this is what they were talking about. You go, okay. So you take these notes and you get clues as to what's happening. But I guess the rest of these folk around here don't have the sense to have done that. And like you say, they go in and treat the people that wait on them like they're nothing,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And there was a guy named Townsend.
Okay.
And he used to be not here, he was the janitor, one of the janitors at my high school.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the ignorant teachers wound up ignoring him.
Mm.
And he used to clean up the gym, but he could sing.
Mm.
And his singing group in the intervening 65 years has had 5 or 6 platinum albums. And he wound up making more money in a couple of weeks' time than everybody at the school made in their whole lives. So it's interesting who moves up, see. Or when I was senior cadet for ROTC, we had this guy that was sergeant.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was master sergeant. And we had a certain idiot who was trying to get promoted to first lieutenant who used to foolishly mistreat this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And this sergeant had been in Korea and World War II and had early on, very early on, been an advisor over in the Nam.
Right.
So one particular Friday in the day room, this idiot lieutenant was mistreating him. And I looked at the sergeant, who was somebody I'd always thought I should befriend because of the wisdom he imparted. And he said, wait till Monday. So when Monday came, Sarge had on a new uniform.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have stripes. He had Lieutenant Colonel's maple leaf up on his shoulder. The kid riveted him up all the way from sergeant to lieutenant colonel. Thought about somebody that literally pissed his pants was
Mm.
this lieutenant. And that was back when they weren't nice about it. And by the way, he told me something. He said, if you ever have anything to do with politics and the United States gets to messing around with the People's Republic of China, tell them they don't need to go there.
Mm.
He said, and he talked about one of the actions in Korea. He said, my M1 got so hot, the wood stock started churning and caught on fire. I had to piss on it.
Mm.
He said the barrel got white hot and got to drooping, had plenty of ammunition in a 6.5 foot wall of dead Chinese is in front of us, and they're still coming. I ruined an M1 carbine. The barrel is thinner and it started drooping. because it got so hot. I had to have on gloves. I kept dipping in the snow to hold this damn thing, and it caught on fire. He
Wow.
said, do not get in any kind of serious war with the People's Republic of China where they're not coming over as advisors. Avoid that at all costs. And that was like 1966, 67.
Wow.
And a great deal of what is going on in the Middle East is a little negotiating thing for that meeting that Xi Jinping and Trump postponed until the end of this month.
Mm-hmm.
See, a lot of Chinese equipment is over there, and he gave them a chance to see how well it's not working. So when we come back and talk about Taiwan, there will be different stuff on the table. See, it's not just about Iran. China
Mm-hmm.
is in this, Russia's in this, Pakistan and India, who are our allies, are in it because they furnish a lot of the equipment. So they were anxious to get a chance to see how well it worked and whether we've been selling wolf tickets or the other way around. Now, granted, because of the Biden and Obama administration, our stocks relied upon missiles are low, and it would take us 10, 15 years to build up the inventory again. But I imagine, based on what's going to happen, Trump is going to get a crash party to revitalize our defense industry. Now, right now, we have one, two, three locations that can build military vessels of any naval vessels of any use to the
Mm-hmm.
military.
Mm-hmm.
China has 126, and they now have a larger navy than we do, even though it's not as badass.
Okay.
So we've got some things in the mix that need to be developed. And one of the backstories to what's going on is the U.S. is making a very earnest assessment of what we have that works against stuff that the Chinese have, the Russians have. See, we did not know because in the mountains of Afghanistan or in the streets of Fallujah down in Iraq, that's not a good way to test this really hard first tier ordnance out.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting to see what works. And so far, the U.S. Navy has just flattened it. We can't afford to keep shooting up multi-million dollar uh, missiles to take down a $5,000 drone, but it works. So now, by the way, we are in mass production of a new drone that is a spinoff on what China through North Korea through Iran has come up with, and it works better than their stuff, longer range, and we have GPS. But China's got some orbital battle stations up there that we're going to have to offset. And they fired a laser that we should have had, but the Biden administration cut it back and ended it for social programs. And with a very low wattage, they've been able to hit targets from space down on the planet. And we take a huge devices to overcome the diffraction in the atmosphere. So they've got to jump on us with that. Musk, by the way, is involved with that. And he wants to and can put up with Starship. It's big enough to lift it, a huge multi-ton battle station that does not rely on nuclear weapons, but conventional stuff from anti-personnel all the way up to deep penetrating conventional ordnance,
Wow.
which coming in from 2,800 miles up in space, 28,000 miles up in space, would penetrate a hell of a lot of reinforced concrete by the time it hit the ground. And we already proved that our stuff works over in Iran. So that's freaking out a lot of people. And that's one of the reasons Musk is important. And when they talk about security clearances, if he is running SpaceX that has the most powerful rocket ever made, and the Defense Department is lusting for this thing.
Mm.
He's not a person without influence, and understand that when we talk about all this other evil that's supposed to be, a byproduct, well, he's running gas turbines because he doesn't want to overload the Memphis power net. He's building an $87 million water purification plant to take care of what Memphis can't take care of and to replace the defective machinery we have. And he's going to bring billions of dollars of industry and plenty of jobs into Memphis and make Memphis the center for the 21st century equivalent of Silicon Valley. So when you hear these attacks, just think of all that impoverishment over there in South Memphis and think of 15 years, we could have one of the highest per capita incomes in the United States, comparable to what used to be in Detroit and Lansing back in the 1920s or 1940s or 1950s.
But you also got to invest in the children. Like we got
Well,
15
yeah,
years to invest.
obviously. He
Come
he
here,
all
they bringing in people from outside of Memphis. That
No,
doesn't
no, no, no,
benefit
no, no,
Memphis.
no, no, no. See, he's also got a plan too where he wants to deal with University of Memphis, Lemoyne,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Vanderbilt,
Mm-hmm.
TSU, Fisk, to train everybody, including young black kids, which he looks at as a wasted resource in science, technology, engineering, and math. And think of all the jobs that he is promising would come to the Memphis area, not where they're brought in, but from the underemployed labor force here.
Yeah, but that's the thing. 'Cause I met a guy who's an engineer at MLGW. He had to do remedial math courses, not because he was stupid, but because they didn't train him right through the public school. My thing is this: Memphis City Schools should have been an independent, still entity. It should never merge. But those
Yeah,
folks sold us out, and now look where all the people that sold us out at.
yeah,
They're
it's
not no longer in the
ridiculous.
school system.
That is
Who gives up
absolutely
power? Who gives
sinful.
up power? Who gives up power?
Yeah, because they got bribed and they wanted to cut under the table, and the way the county system was set up, you didn't have to get a contract for $100,000 or less.
Mm.
Okay, now if the guy's got 20 contracts for under 100 grand, you know, that's quite a bit of money. So that's a bunch. So that was a lucrative thing to go through, and set up because your friends say, hey, man, it's an opportunity to make all this money.
Yeah, but my thing is this, Judge. I think we need sometimes you gotta be willing to be a crash out dummy for the right reasons. I ain't saying man crash out for some stupid reason. I'm talking about I just do if I do one term, let's say if you recall somebody doing the right thing. So what? If they could even just fix Evans Presley Boulevard, man, that'd be a major accomplishment. Just fixing
Okay.
that alone. And the one thing I fixed Evans Presley Boulevard. I did one thing right?
Well, look at this.
Put me back in.
If I was running for city mayor and county mayor, and I don't have
Joe, you
any
breaking up?
ambition, okay,
Okay, you breaking
I
up.
don't.
You breaking up.
Oh, yeah, you
They
were. Okay, they just put in a new cable system and they knocked out all of my front
okay.
yard lights when they did it this week, but they ran
Yes,
one
sir.
in here. So what can I
Okay,
say
we can hear
now?
you now, but go ahead. What you were saying?
Okay. See, that's what I was saying. I have no ambition to be holding anybody's office in my 80s. I'm good. I can
Mm-hmm.
go out and jog a mile every other day.
That's good. That's pretty impressive.
Got pretty girlfriend, so I go to Happy Mexican, and I treat the
Mhm.
waiters all right. Some other places too,
Yes,
Lobo's
sir.
out north Memphis, so what I do know is I have no political ambition. I don't need the money, but if I had been elected, there are quite a few people I'd see to it wound up in a penitentiary.
What's good
There
is
are
you
some
got the
things that would be
yeah.
fixed. I think everybody would be getting better deals for home finance and setting up small businesses and being smart enough to bring trade to this place and having had a background in science in college, knowing how this works, having a political science degree on top of that, knowing how that works.
But the
I
mayor
could,
has an engineering degree.
yeah, well, see, I could have set this up so we could be the most prosperous city in America in a decade. I'll probably want to be smiling in a rocking chair thinking about pretty women I've dated or been married to in life. And, I know that's bad. Oh, man, you
No,
womanizer.
that's
Yeah,
good.
well, I like, I will
You got
not
love for
lie.
women.
I like women.
Yeah, there's no wrong.
I
You
like
love women,
Nookie.
Judge. Yeah, you love
I
women.
like Nookie. And I have devoted most of my adult life to the assiduous pursuit and enjoyment of Nookie.
Right.
Pursuit, acquisition, and enjoyment. And that means you got to treat women right. You don't do cheap dates. You get nowhere. A bunch of headaches. Don't do cheap dates. Be able to afford it. Then everything comes easy. And find the smart ones. They're easier to deal with than the ones that are yakety yak mostly.
Mm, mm,
Find one that isn't crazy, isn't trying to prove something, and
mm,
understands there's a great benefit to being in a relationship where she can give guidance and you can give guidance. She can give
mm.
advisement and you can give guidance. And
Right.
you got
That's
to be
cool.
able to back your
Yeah.
stuff up. Don't be half stepping talking about you owe this, that, and the other, and you can't deliver on your part.
Mm-hmm.
Learn how to do your John Wick thing. Take martial arts, armed and unarmed. Learn politics, learn finance and economics, and quit paying attention to the Grizzlies and Redbirds and Memphis State basketball and start paying attention to the courses they owe. And like this guy you're talking about, if they aren't teaching you in school, learn it on your own.
Mm-hmm.
I'm running the engineers too, and they can't do math I could do in the ninth grade. Like, what the hell is this?
Well, I'm gonna say it's a lot of wasted potential. I'm thinking about. I look at even like Manassas High School, where they had this amazing music legacy, but they've been struggling with a music program for a quarter of a century, and that's crazy to think about how many students they had talents that were not developed or nourished or invested in, and just that one location by itself.
That's good, but why are we worried about music?
I mean, just anything
No,
that
I
gonna
mean,
act. Yeah.
seriously, thought
Mm-hmm.
process. Why are black folks so concerned about music?
Mm,
How many of them get jobs in the music industry? How many of them make it big in the music industry?
mm-hmm.
How many of them are all fixated on basketball? They've got a couple of hundred times more black dentists in America than they do black basketball players. And considering what most of them do not make, meaning the basketball players, because they aren't the superstars, you'd have a much better lifetime income if you spent your time trying to get your stem together so you could be a dentist or a doctor. At least you got respect and you have a lifetime occupation. How about getting a master's of business administration? You're
Mm-hmm.
guaranteed to make big bucks then you can set up a business, or you can do like Magic Johnson or some others, Michael Jordan, and you can become billionaires because you can use what you get playing in the NBA. If you're 6 feet 5, 6 feet 7, and you have some moves, you can use what you make to finance a business. So they look at themselves as billionaire businessmen, not basketball players. Or you can be like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, be a scholar and write and understand history and be the GOAT, and tell basketball to take a shine. That was just you got through UCLA that way.
Mm-hmm.
See, these things can be done. Or you can be like Ali. He went to jail because he stood up for his principle, which is more than what we've got running around. How many of them are willing to go to jail for that?
Mm.
I told a juvenile court asshole named Harold Horn, who never done much practice. He got out of law school, and that strange Kenny Turner hired him to be a referee right out of law school. I told him to go to hell. He was trying to railroad a black woman, and I just said, we're not going to have this. So I did 5 days in jail. They tried to rip it off, so I stayed in longer than I was supposed to, but I had friends, and they took care of me.
Right.
And when I was down there, it wasn't any hard time. I got the warden and some of his assistants sitting up in a group, and I'm lecturing them on politics. And I got all the guards out there coming over, and one little idiot was up in the man, I said, look, I called one of the supervisors over. I said, could I have this section just privately for a while? What are you going to do? I'm going to kick his ass. And he's going to be embarrassed when an old man beats the shit out of him.
Mm-hmm.
I've been taking martial arts since I've been 8 years old, fool. And my late brother, who was a grandmaster of a whole lot of them, he and I used to talk about this, and there are a couple of little tricks and stunts I'd like to see if they work for real in the real world. So could I have him to practice on for a little bit? you know, there's nothing more likely to put sense in somebody's head for somebody else to be standing over them. So now you remember what you were just saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, first, before you can go there, you might want to wonder why you're looking at the ceiling lights right now, why you're laying down and you don't remember how you got there. You might want to reflect on how you were laying on the ground looking up at the ceiling lights and not realizing how you got there. Now, I'll leave it at that. I'll be over there. You can come back. I'll give you another demonstration, or you can reflect on that, come with the right
Mm-hmm.
attitude. And by the way, see some of these old guys you were talking to, when we grew up, everybody got in fist fights all the time. And if it was on the school grounds, the teacher walked over there slowly so you and whomever could work it out. These folks, we ain't done that. And I remember one of the best fist fights I ever saw in my life was an old judge and an old lawyer got angry at each other in the court, and they agreed to meet up behind Benetton's that was over here where 201 Poplar is now. It was an alley over there, and they had all these pubs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, we're punching it out, boy. Bam! And after about 5 minutes, they were hands on knees panting. We thought they're going to have a heart attack. They shook hands and bought everybody all the beer they wanted. So, that's the way they rolled. I remember I got off the floor in the old city courthouse when the police station was over there, and I got off on floor 6. This judge said, Lawyer Brown, can you loan me $50? I said, yes, Your Honor, I can. What for? Because I'm going to bust this son of a bitch right in his jaw and knock him out, and I need bond money. I'm going to pay the judge to watch him knock this other fool judge out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah.
That's the way folk used to roll. See, they didn't play that stuff now. That they do now. Everybody's so nice. But I've seen stuff I found sickening as I referred to Jerry,
Mm-hmm.
the lawyer, taking that man's wife and screwing her in his office down the hallway. And he's sitting there grinning about it because it's just the cost of doing politics in this area. And I'm looking at him like he's lost his damn mind. What's the matter with him? But see, literally, that person is related to, by ancestry, at least one particular person who's active quite right now. So I just think about this guy didn't even get any character passed on to him.
Hmm.
So why should I support this person when he didn't have it in his family?
I mean, there you go. The more you know. Hey, Judge, you there? I think Judge Soon, well, that's a very powerful, impactful piece of knowledge there, Judge. You drop a lot of gems over the last 4.5 hours. So I guess that's a cue that we got to move on and keep on moving on. So I want to thank brother Judge Joe Brown. Get down with Judge Joe Brown. You don't mess around with anybody with the last name of Brown. Marathon Convo. John Brown birthday. Judge go. John Brown birthday of all days, May the 9th. And thank y'all for tuning out to tune in to get in where you don't fit in. In the words of Dr. Michael King Jr., human salvation lies in the hands of the greatly maladjusted. So there's been a lot to take. I didn't expect this to be his marathon, but Judge got a lot of wisdom, a lot of insight and stuff like that. Now, I believe Hubert Humphrey, I don't believe he pledged like he is an honorary alpha member, but I don't believe he pledged like that back in the day. I think he got the honorary status back in the 1960s. But anyway, yeah, it is tomato, tomato. But I think it was very important to have this conversation. We talked a lot about Memphis, a lot of things about Memphis. I was actually thinking that they probably gonna end up calling the Memphis Grizzlies the Tennessee Grizzlies. I mean, it makes sense because out in East Tennessee there are black bears, whatever. It's just weird. Hey, Judge.
Yeah, excuse me for skipping around so much today, but there's so much to cover that's backstory to all of this.
Yeah,
And
but
what
I
I'm
think
trying to do is encourage people to get curious and look into these things rather than just accepting what you get on the media. And
I don't
by
even
the
look at
way,
news, man.
look at the local media. The commercial appeal, 3, 5, 13, and 24, all controlled by the same family.
Right.
All right.
Mhm.
And their interests are not those of mainstream Memphis.
Well, then, like, it leads to like if the news don't educate people about the issues, you get these low voter turnouts. Because it's crazy to think that there's almost 600,000 plus registered voters in Shelby County, Tennessee. But they like, oh man, 50,000 people came out, but people don't see they have any future. They don't know how to engage. They don't teach civics or even social studies in school no more. So you don't even know about the three branches of government, how many people are in Congress, how many senators, what their term limits are, or what are their terms, Supreme Court. The people are so ahistorical right now. It's like what you said about bread and circuses back in the day. We are on bread and circus steroids. I mean, I don't care about no entertainment news. That's the number one news in America. A lot of gossip BS. I don't care about that because I'm looking at gas costs a value meal, a gallon.
Question you ask is, if you get excited about something like the Epstein matters, what does it do about the price of gas, groceries, and your
It don't
paycheck?
make a difference because all these
Yeah.
institutions protect these people. It's not. It's the Vatican. It's the government. It's like all these institutions protect. They're guilty and they're cowards
Okay.
and they're trespassers.
Okay. And the other point that I'm hearing out in the streets is, when are we going to get a candidate that amounts to anything to vote for? You're giving us nobody. So what
Watch the
difference
turnout.
does it
Right.
make?
That's
You
right.
just get incompetence and ineptitude either way. I get compliments, but they say they blocked you. We didn't even know you were running for mayor because we thought it was this guy that was on the city council that was running
Right.
for mayor, not you.
Mm-hmm.
And the style of politicking has changed from a point 30 years ago, 25 years ago, where you could burn some shoe leather and get a lot of votes. Now nobody wants to get out and about or pay attention, and nobody answers their door. So you get it all on social media, and that just isn't the way. So we're in a vacuum, and we're waiting for our heroes and sheroes because we don't have any. Um, I don't consider it heroic to go out and say somebody's sex activities are supposed to be all end all, along with paint job, to determine whether they should hold a public office.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's your business, what you do in your bedroom. Get your freak on, just don't hurt anybody. But
Right.
why do I care what you like to do in your bedroom in terms of whether it qualifies you to hold a political office?
Yes. I
And we
agree
know
with it.
what
Yeah.
I'm alluding to right now, that Midtown Cooper Young stuff. That's their business.
I mean, they want to die on that hill. I'm not down on that hill. That's they. I don't care about.
Yeah, but I mean, what's
stay
it got
on.
to do with whether you can run the city or the county?
Even like the fact that I think about James Baldwin even knew that the race deal was bigger than who he was sleeping with that night. He understood the assignment in
Yeah,
terms of
yeah, he did.
what was a priority. I mean, him and Mega Evans was friends. Mega was a straight man with a family, World War II veteran, Red Ball Express, and he
Yeah,
knew. I mean, he was a Prince Hall Mason. Mega Evans.
yeah.
From my
Well, Byron
understanding,
Rustin,
yeah.
he used to get put in solitary for raping male inmates when they had him in jail for
So
draft
he was a
dodging
booty
in World War
warrior, huh?
II.
I
Yeah,
didn't know that. He
big
was the
guy.
original booty warrior, huh?
Yeah, he's a
Allegedly.
big guy too. Played basketball.
How you would turn out them white boys, the white
No,
wives,
he
man.
was doing black folk too. He had a
Yeah, I said
reputation
he
for
had
that.
appetite, but his true colors came out. He really was about pushing that agenda. It came out towards the end of his life.
Yeah, he was the
What
one
was
that
his most
convinced
preferred?
King to go nonviolent.
But Dr. King stayed alive with black men with guns. I remember I talked to Mega Evans' big brother Charles Evans down in Jackson at his radio station. He told me, Ron, Dr. King used to not walk, he used to run to my house in Jackson. He said, well, Charles, I feel so comfortable because you got all the guns and goons. And soon Dr. King got killed. He had them black police officers like Captain Jerry Williams. Soon they move him out the way. He get done in by the government.
Yeah, and they had Ed Reddick up on Overwatch on top of the fire
Yeah,
station.
I interviewed Ed Reddick. That was interesting talking to him about it.
Yeah, well, he gave us a statement. They double handcuffed him and hog tied his feet, and 10 cops threw him in the back seat of a squad car and removed him because he wasn't going to leave.
Yeah.
Too bad he didn't get elected as sheriff up in Haywood County when he finally ran up there.
Or Haywood or Fayette.
Haywood, the other
Okay.
side. That's where they had Johnson playing Sheriff Buford Pusser. The real Sheriff Buford Pusser got wiped out, and the reason he got wiped out, that they alluded to in the original movie, was because of the governor of Tennessee. The governor of Tennessee was running the prostitution rackets, the gambling rackets, the bootleg rackets, and the highway construction rackets. That was Ray Blanton, who was CEO for the bank that Regions acquired.
Well, I mean, it's a long. This city is weird because you talk about music. I would tell you this though, it's like Baba Dick Gregory would tell young parents that if you want to make sure your kid get a scholarship, teach them, let them learn an instrument. Because I know Mr. Emerson Abel Jr. was a friend of mine. He taught at Manassas and Westwood. He started the Southern Heritage Classic in his living room. He had a lot of black people go to college and they end up becoming doctors and stuff. I meet these people all the time. And one of his biggest students was Dr. Bill Hurd, the eye doctor, who's a musician, and he's gonna be playing at the Sunset Jazz thing downtown on Mother's Day tomorrow. But my thing is like what they did to Stacks, what they did to them black folks at Stacks Union Planters, that's documented on the HBO docu-series. It's really a shame that this city don't want to help black folks have nothing. Like
Well,
what the
Bill
people's
Hurd
grocery
didn't
lynching
do.
and stuff like that.
Dr. Hurd was an exception. He wasn't just a musician. You know, he ran track, don't you?
Oh, he's in the NCAA College Hall of Fame for athletics.
Yeah, he held a 100-yard
Yeah,
dash at one
he's a
time.
specimen. He's a Renaissance man. But Mr.
Yeah.
Abel
He
was
was
one
one
of
of my doctors I had too for eye problems.
Yeah,
But
Dr.
anyway.
Hurd, but his teacher his band director was Mr. Abel, who kicked Isaac Hayes out the band at Manassas, and working for Isaac and helping him with the shaft thing. But what I'm saying, Mr. Abel was an athlete. He was one of the best swimmers in the state of Tennessee. He got a full scholarship to go to Tennessee State for it. But he was a musician and an educator and a family man. He did right. I mean, he really believed in the city and the people. But we don't have a lot of those type of people that believe in people, that invest in people on that level. Because even his kids are successful. You know, he didn't neglect his kids to help everybody else kids get ahead as well. We don't have people that really buy into the village concept these days. It's all about me, myself, and I, or that inner circle. They don't care about the people. So
And
how can you be
thanks
a public servant and have public office and not care about the public?
and thanks to modern media and propaganda methodology, a lot of people are convinced that these folk are doing things they really aren't doing.
They ain't doing too much of anything but just screwing up and being mediocre.
Look at our current mayors. What are they doing for the area? They
I mean,
brought
like I
it in the
said,
industry? No. People have squirmed their way in here in spite of them. Have they done anything about reducing crime? No. Have they taken control of the police department? No. Have they done anything about using their influence and executive control to deal with malfeasance with the Board of Education? No. Have they requested any independent audits of the system so discrepancies can be found out? No. And by the way, on that, I fault every one of my criminal court judge colleagues. Under Tennessee law, they can evoke the grand jury to investigate the books and finance of every single state, county, or local
mhm,
agency or entity that operates in their judicial district. I did that a couple of times back in the 90s, and it was quite astonishing with what the grand jury came up with when they did that. So, yeah, there are things that can be done, but nobody does it. Back in the early 1980s, every county agency had to have a public publication of all of its finances, expenditures, credit card, etc. information. And
mhm.
that was outside of the county finance office that is in the county building downtown. Wayne Chastain and I jacked up juvenile court so badly that they pushed and got this thing accepted where it started with them, where they no longer publish their financial circumstances publicly, and it was sent directly to them. Now it is for every other agency, and nobody knows, and they can sneak more adeptly.
That's
So we
interesting.
need these things put in, but nobody's pushing for it. Why don't we, for example, that 28,000 untested rape kits? Attorney Ronnie Colvin has the contract to vet them. She's had it for 14 years. The backlog is not reduced. TBI says they don't understand the problem. They could come in and have every test done within 30 days for a nominal charge. And some years ago, they said they'd do it for free. Not now, but for a nominal charge. But yet we gave up $7.2 million 12 years ago to a New York firm to test the kits after Ronnie Coleman, attorney, vetted them, and we still haven't had anything happen. And then we had this guy that uh, kidnapped, raped, and murdered this young woman out here who was jogging around
Yeah, the
Memphis State
heiress,
early
the
one morning.
millionaire heiress. Yeah.
Yeah, and if they had done their job and tested the kit, they would have found him. And speaking of what's passed off as white supremacy, but isn't, because the Black City Council is behind this, Ronnie Coleman, who's black's behind this, and the police department that is run by black folk is behind this. They didn't get the test done on that suspect where it impacted a black woman who is walking around with her victim status unaddressed because they didn't run the test. So it's big money. It's not a ways to spend it. You know, that's not big, but it's enough to work with.
Hmm.
So
Well, yeah,
we've had that kind of thing neglected. Why has no one looked to those things?
that's a great question. But then I think about the fact that if you look at, I got asked you about the Pooh Shiesty thing. I think it's fascinating that you talk about the woman that had all these kids, they got all these great grandkids. Look at that, this rapper Pooh Shiesty is very popular, very heavy influencer among our youth. The choices he has made since coming back home, the fact that his father allegedly was at the scene helping him son do things that gonna set himself back and set the family back. The lack of man training. I didn't even think about it because you like an earworm. Man training, man training, man. There is no man training for generations and generations. Man training has been neglected. And this is where we end up with a lot of very emotional young men and older men or males who can't seem to problem solve, don't know how to stand on business, don't want to be held accountable, don't want to be held to a standard or anything. And they keep on reproducing.
Well, look. We talked about waiters, waitresses,
Yeah.
janitors, people who service. Uh, a lot of the young Democrats the organizational membership, which is basically female, young female, black female. Over and over again, I get it reported to me by my spy network that they were sitting down talking about how black males need to be put in their place and suppressed because they're no good and whatever, whatever, whatever. So that's one of the driving engines for the Democratic Party here. I had one, I think her name is P. Moses, was at a talk radio station. I was there. It was Tallulah Alamein, Red, he's dead now, and some other folk. And she was there saying the number one problem in Memphis is because the black community doesn't accept the gay community as it ought to, and that's the number one problem. So I said, what about what's out there in this neighborhood? What about that? No, that's not the problem. So when you have people on the executive branches or under in control of the Democratic Party who look at things that way, it doesn't do well for the community. Not at all.
Well, this is something that I like. I'm glad that this turnabout is coming because we're talking on the birthday of John Brown, one of my favorite Americans of all time, because he knew that it takes sometimes chaos to making things shake up a little bit in order to get some results. So my thing is, I'm glad that Trump is in place to shake up some things. I mean, like you said, it's an enema for America, and this needs to be done because we lack the willpower. Because even with Jim Crow forced us to have some type of solidarity with each other. We couldn't do it naturally. We had to be forced by the system to come together. And now the system is at it again. They're pushing us to come together again. And I thank Trump for that. I really do, Mr. President.
Long story short, the Supreme Court just applied the law. The remedial function and purpose of the Voting Rights Act of the 1960s has been accomplished. You have only to look at the larger urban areas in the United States and see who controls them to see that it's been accomplished. The long-standing principle is when the reason for the law ceases to exist, so does application of the law. And the other point is realistically, and I haven't heard anybody talk about this, the population dynamics are such that within a decade and a half, there will be no majority race in the country. And the one that is the largest minority would be happy to evoke the principle that was there with the Voting Rights Act.
The one that doesn't abort their children before birth.
Yeah.
The one that believe in large families and family values.
Yeah,
Right?
and some of whom have benefited from the criminally open borders. Now, by the way, a lot of them don't like those open borders either because they went through and followed the rules. But aside from that, we're getting the game run on us. And one other thing, too, 911. See, the intelligence community is saying that a lot of that money that was funneled in Minnesota through those Somalian child care systems that didn't exist, between 160 million and maybe 300 million, they can trace directly to Al Qaeda and its affiliates who don't mean us any harm. And excuse me, but everybody that died in 911 wasn't white. I know some black families of victims. Okay, so we have an interest in what's happened with that financing, the military grade explosives that were brought across in the uninspected backpacks after 4 years of wide open border that have now been planted in facilities where black folk run the places, And instead of having to strap on a suicide vest or play kamikaze and crash an airplane into a twin tower, you can just flip the high-tech detonation devices on your transmitter from 2 miles away and watch the fireworks when you get instructed. And by the way, what they did, I suspect, was take out some of the leadership that was in line to give those orders to flip the switches. And they kind of sort of did that. It's a good move. And see, when you play 3D chess, not just elementary school checkers. There's some other things in the game, and I think those things need to be taken into account. And our black leadership has let it be. So your friend who's engineering in profession with Memphis Light, Gas, and Water has to take remedial math courses because what he needs for the job he never got
No,
taught
he
in
got
school.
he graduated. He had to take it when he went to college, but he was willing to do the extra work. So he's good now. But I'm saying when he went into college from
Yeah,
the public
I'm.
school
That's
system,
what I'm saying. In
yeah,
other
but
words,
he's competent as far as I know. He still got his job.
yeah, but I'm just saying it's a shame that you send
Mhm,
kids through like that. I was talking to some lawyers, and they were trying to take notes. I said, "What are you doing? I don't have time to keep going back over this."
mhm,
Well, I said, "You can't write, can you?"
mm.
He said, "I said you're printing. I'm talking to you. I'm a judge. I'm a master of this profession. I'm giving you instruction on how to handle these things, and I've got to wait for you to print it out. Well, my phone, ran out of battery. Why do you need your phone? You can't do it longhand on a piece of paper."
Mhm.
It's like, what the hell are we turning out here?
They can't write cursive. They can't count. I don't like giving my money at restaurants. They don't know how to count, man.
Well,
They
I
can't
talked
count
to,
over.
well, check this out. You've heard the rumors. I talked to somebody that manages 3 Mickey D's. He's
Mhm.
having a hard time. You know what it is?
What?
His dumb employees can't associate the picture of the product with the picture on the keys to
Oh
press the
God.
button so they can
Jesus
do
Christ. The idiocracy continues, boy. I tell
it.
you. You shouldn't be eating this food. They can't. I mean, we shouldn't be trusting them with the food. You should just cook. Hey, take your own risk and cook your own food.
Man,
Oh my
by the
God.
way, I'll pull your coattail. Good burgers. There are 2 places in Memphis
Okay.
I like to go, but there's a third one. It's called Tommy's Burger. It's opening up out here, and it says California style, and they're the
They got
same
one
ones.
on Mount Moriah too.
Yeah,
No,
well,
Mount Moriah. Is that Mount Moriah? I don't know.
Well, the
Over there.
Tommy Burger that I've
God,
been going to for 65 years was in Los Angeles.
I've been
They
there.
were open 24/7. They had several, and they have some outstanding hamburgers, and you don't have to wait in long lines. And there's one that hasn't opened up yet, but they're indicating they're going to, that's out there where Bass Pro is on Sycamore at I-40 in that same lot at
I
the
need the
entrance.
same one though. The one I went to, they didn't know what I was talking about. Because the one you told me about over there off of Ramparts in L.A., I went to there. The chili cheese, all that stuff. But
Did you go to
I
one in
didn't ask
LA?
for. Yeah, the one you told me about in Ramparts, the original one, the original
Yeah.
location. I went there. It was good
How'd you
eating.
like
It
it?
like acid reflux though, but it was good.
It was good, wasn't it?
It was good. It was good. Like Randy Donuts. I love Randy Donuts because you eat those things cold, it still tastes good. Like it's
But
on the best donuts I ever had. It's a foodie man. LA is a foodie heaven, man. If you love
well,
food,
Memphis used to be that way, but not anymore.
it's
You
some
go
places I'm
down,
discovering though I didn't know about. I ain't gonna lie to you, Joe.
Yeah, Rayford's is closed up on Poplar. One and Only Barbecue on Poplar. Carrabba's is closed up. Houston's
The
closed
one
up.
and only is out on Germantown Parkway out in
I know,
Cordova.
but the
Yeah,
one that was on Perkins Extended in
it was
Poplar
better.
closed up. It's closed. They tore
Mm,
it down. They're tearing down Macy's now, and that center over there at that mall. Rayford's, it was across the street, is closed, but there's a pretty good hamburger and beer place over there now, where that Sears Automotive Center used to be.
mhm,
Let's see, Carrabba's is closed, Buckley's is closed, Houston's
mm.
is
This is
closed.
crazy. This is supposed to be a major city, and it's like even IKEA closed recently. I'm like, what's going on, man? Like this ain't the good look. They had a cheesecake factory that closed down a couple
They're
years ago.
closed.
That's crazy, man.
Bahama Breeze closed.
And meanwhile, West Memphis gonna get a Bucky's.
Yeah, and then don't forget on Winchester, TGI Fridays closed.
I used to love TGI
Logan's
Fridays.
Roadhouse closed.
Man, I
Red
forgot about
Lobster
that.
closed,
Yeah.
and they've torn that down.
Huh. Well, they got
And
the Canes over there, right? Is the Canes open? That chicken
yeah,
to the place.
but anyway, there's no place to sit
They closed
down
down
anymore.
Arby's too, man.
Yeah, I mean, what's happened to Memphis? I mean, we used to. When I first moved to Memphis, I came here from L.A. It's been more than a half century ago.
Mm-hmm.
I always told my buddies in L.A. how good the restaurant scene was here in Memphis. High to low. Now I can't say that. I talked about how good the music was and all of the nightclubs where you could get outstanding amateur and professional live music. I can't say that
Well,
now.
LeBron was right then. LeBron and the other guys were right.
Yeah. Where can you go?
I tell people this, like, you may not like Memphis, but you about 2 to 6 to 8 hours away where you want to be. That's what's the good thing about living in the middle of the country like that, because you go to New Orleans 6 hours away, Atlanta 6 hours, Nashville 3 hours, St. Louis about 4 hours, so Chicago 8 hours. So you really in a good place to be. Memphis ain't that bad to me. It's a lot, but the people here, it's all about your value system, really. It's like what you trying to look. If you always looking for trouble gonna find your ass. You
Yeah,
got to
I
worry
know.
about looking for trouble. If you look for a good time, you can find a good time. Go down Highway 61, even Clarksdale.
But
They got
it's
the juke
not
joints
in
and stuff like
Memphis
that.
like it used to be.
Not like it used to be. No, they should never close down Liberty Land. They should have upgraded Liberty Land.
Well,
Like a Six
now,
Flags
but
Plus.
Van Turner, she, and Tammy Sawyer were angling, still angling on getting control of that because Van Turner came up with this corporation that bought those two parks for $1,000 each, no bid. It's chartered to operate city and county parks. So the fairgrounds are a city, counts as a county park. They would get control of that. They'd get control of the concessions at the Liberty Bowl, Stadium. They would get control of the new NFL stadium they're talking about building, and then talking about putting 500 million into renovating the Liberty, the Mid South Coliseum, which was that entertainment venue. They'd get the revenues for that parking and the concessions. See, our little
So you get all of that. That's crazy.
yeah, see, so they're angling on what they're selling us so they can get filthy rich along with their sponsors. And if you go down the street, you see all the new apartments right there at uh, East Parkway and Sam Cooper Boulevard. Some of them had to jump through hoops to get zoning compliance, and others got to write the zoning regulations specifically to them because they're favored of the city council and they pay the city council not out of pocket, but a percentage of the city money that's spent to the concerns that they operate. So, see, if you go from Sam Cooper back down past the fairgrounds, you see where black authority is being used for misappropriation of public funds, cronyism, favoritism, bribes, and deceit at our tax expense.
Man, you
So
know what?
you've got $3.5 billion going into the fairgrounds, 700 million going into the fairgrounds, 500 millions going into the fairgrounds, and it looks like Van Turner and Tammy Sawyer are going to be running the place or in charge of that whole thing.
My thing
So
is, oh my
you have
God.
to ask how much else is being screwed around in order to help the folk that are behind them in what they do. See, somebody let me stand to the side of a laptop on a Zoom conference and listen to some
Mhm.
people plot on how they're going to take a lot out of the public trough.
You know what? We need some honest brokers. We need people going like first day we doing an audit. We're gonna do a forensic audit, independent, look at, see what's going on. My thing is what I like about Trump, be honest with you, as much as people hate on Trump, he don't really care. He's just gonna do what he's gonna do because he know that your time is limited. I've never seen so many people they hope this man dies. Now that you gotta die too, so how does that punishment? He may outlive you. You worry about him. You just got you so deranged. You want me to believe that Barack Obama wake up every morning thinking about Trump and he's deranged about it? That BS. And you up here, you know what, Judge? I'm gonna tell you like this. It's interesting. I realized this. A lot of these people I thought that like me don't like me, and I'm okay with it. I'm talking about some of these preachers in this town, some of these so-called leaders, so-called the it people. they don't really care for me. Even some of my family don't care for me. And now I'm getting okay with it because I say, if you're going to change the world, you can't worry about popularity. Because if Young was so obsessed with popularity, he would have met with Trump. Because he said, you know what? That's the president. But yet you say, I got enough time to take LeBron James around Memphis, but you can't meet with the president of the United States to do the people's business. What can LeBron do for you that Trump can't do more of?
Well, he's not interested in the people. He's just interested in his own personal
Well, I
position.
heard people told me what he said about what he thought about the people.
Yeah. And
You
see, the
know,
other thing is he's nervous about Trump because Trump's Justice Department may get some indictments against him.
well,
There's
I
that
mean, all
thing
money
with
ain't good money.
downtown development and what they did with Beale Street, the Sheraton Hotel, the Greyhound bus development, and some other things that even if you aren't familiar with the topic, you look at it and say there's corruption involved.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. If you guilty as charged, let God will be done. God's will be done, as far as I
Oh,
say.
except if you're the one that's going to the penitentiary.
Well, they gonna snitch. Everybody snitches. That's why I say I don't understand about people. Shit, Lucky Luciano snitched. All of them snitch. Everybody snitches. Frank Lucas snitch. If Nicky Barnes, all them guys, they bunch of snitches. So I don't understand why people talk about it's a code. The code is not to do no time. That's the code by any means necessary. I don't want to look at Ford guy. He snitching, from my understanding. The one that got caught up. Edmund, I'm still he telling names and stuff like that. Like Wesley Snipes on New Jack City. So I'm gonna name the names. I ain't the only one going down. I'm gonna have some company. So man, I'm just saying, man, they made look. I think about Sears Crosstown when I was growing up. That was an eyesore for years. And now look at it now. That means y'all could change, y'all could perform some alchemy by doing right by the people. Stop robbing us. Stop robbing us.
Cut down their profits. And see, we've talked about who the suspects are with that Millington Mafia.
Of course.
And I'm
I
not
guess that's
talking
Memphis
about
now, right? Memphis, as much as Arlington is Memphis, they all Memphis now.
well, we're not talking about the Italian mafia. That's just a euphemism. It's the old line buddies around here that don't have to go in their pockets to bribe the county commissioners, city council, and mayors. What they do is they come up with excuses for the city council and the county commission to authorize construction deals. And the money that we pay through those construction deals, this group gives a little kickback to our elected officials.
I'm looking at them. If you making over $200,000 a year, you get benefits. Take your legit money and invest in some stocks or start some business or something like that. You don't have to rob people, man, because you can't take the money with you. You can't take this crap with you. And anyway, your kin folks are stupid too. They're gonna lose it anyway because they greedy. They're greedier. So why are you doing this, man? This is ridiculous, Judge. This is insane. To me, it's about power. Power means I can make anything currency. If I got power, I could take this plastic water bottle. That's the currency. That's what real power is. Power is not selling out people for the lowest rung on the ladder. That's not power.
Look at our chief of police. Well, I tell you, she makes more than the governor of the state after the pay cut. So did she take a pay cut because she gets a cut of the Tyree Nichols settlement that ain't supposed to be happening anyway because the plaintiff has no standing under Tennessee law and nobody's moved to dismiss? Hey.
But it's the same court system with Tony Carruthers, though. So it is what it is. That's how they do. It's just very corrupt.
Well,
they don't care about hiding it.
Okay, I'll talk to you about what happened in my courtroom on that.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting. I'll tell you off the record. We may do a show on it depending upon what happens in 3 weeks.
Well, what we think the odds is that they're gonna stay the execution.
Well,
so
look at me.
They don't do it.
Look at me.
Okay.
I represented a young black kid, the youngest person in the world on a death row, who was accused of killing 3 white people when he was in the 7th grade. The date of his execution, he was 15 years, 2 months. Ronald Ward down in Arkansas. I got a stay of execution from the Arkansas Supreme Court and from then Governor Bill Clinton 23 minutes before they were going to execute him.
Though Bill Clinton did put to death a retarded man, though. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
but
So
I got to
that's
stay on
amazing.
that.
Yeah, that's impressive, though. I know what I'm saying, Judge. That's
And
impressive.
it was a number of interesting things, all white jury, but that was back in 1984.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I mean, I assume things have improved in the time period between 1984 and
Mm.
2026.
It got
So,
worse, man. It's horrible.
well, no, I don't think they've gotten worse. I
Mm-hmm.
actually think they've gotten better, but what has happened is some of the circumstances have gotten worse, and
Mm-hmm.
the stories being told are more prone to being lies than truth. I'll give you this.
Okay.
Out of our criminal court judges, too many of them were never in the defense or the prosecution industry, so they're rookies. They haven't
Mm-hmm.
tried any cases as lawyers or they weren't good at it, but they're judges now. The
Okay.
prosecution was a law professor, not a criminal trial judge as defender or prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the police chief was a failure in Atlanta for being involved in a kiddie porn ring and allegedly for the same thing down in Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina, to back up the Atlanta legislation. And now she makes more than the governor of the state of Tennessee. You see where this goes when you start adding up the conditions themselves in terms of the law, the traditions, and the precedents are better. It's
Mm-hmm.
just, it's like, imagine if you would, you kept the same NFL or NBA rule book and the team started deteriorating and they started getting couch potatoes who demanded to be allowed to play the sports because they won on, some call in show where they played against others sitting on their couch, or like Formula One racing. You
Mm-hmm.
go to the official Formula One site, they're not talking about the racing. They're talking about the people that are playing the video games where they race on the video games. They're
Mm.
talking about women who are advancing in race.
Oh, Judge. Oh, the system got a grudge against the judge. You about to cook. Actually been cooking for 5 hours on here, y'all. So I think there's a sign for the Most High trying to shut it down, brother Ron. Touch some grass. So about y'all touching, smoking, or something with grass. But y'all sure do have some class. So I guess we'll get out there. I won't hold up Judge too long, but it was a plum pleasing pleasure to talk on this. And the views of the guests and hosts are not the official views or beliefs of the We All Be Group Incorporated or We All Be News, Radio, and TV. It's all separate. So, Judge, yeah,
Okay,
you want to
can
finish
you
up?
see me?
Yeah, yes, sir. We can see it here. I just was trying to wrap it up. I know we've been here for 5 hours, but you go ahead and wrap it up. Judge, you hear me?
Oh, boy.
Well, we can wrap it up. So I guess we all gonna wrap it up because it's been what a journey, people. On a Saturday, go touch some grass. We all be in it to win it. Brother Ron said, thank you all for tuning out to tune in to get in where you don't fit in. Because, like in the words of Dr. King, human salvation lies in the hands of the creatively maladjusted. Until the next time, fam, we love you all madly. We love you all divinely. The marathon continues. So, Judge, I was just wrapping it up. I know we'll be on here about 5 hours, but you want to finish your story or your take?
Oh, well, the story's redundant. It's just, I'm just trying to get people to get a little information behind the scenes. You know politics, you know business, you know the educational system. Your mother's an activist. She's been paying a lot of attention to history, especially the Fort Pillow situation.
Mm-hmm.
These things don't get said. So, you know how you break the stuff. I'm just trying to give you material that provokes your audience to look into these things a little bit more thoroughly than they're getting.
Yes, sir.
So
I will
yeah.
appreciate that. You take a lot of time. It's 5 hours. I didn't expect to be on here for 5 hours, but it's always a pleasure to
Well,
hang out.
I'm about to put you to sleep, but anyway, sorry
No,
about that.
you fine. You good. Nah, it's like this needs
Um,
to be heard though. This stuff is definitely to be out there. Cause we're not getting that from the local news and other entities that call themselves information gathering. And that's another
and
story in and of itself.
some of the senior news folk, some that look like us, they've made a career of accommodating these things that have given us the current crop of inept, incompetent, venal, and crooked representatives who've come up with the topic we started off with.
Mhm.
Tennessee Democrats hollering about black people are losing political office. What political office?
Right.
We don't have a black congressman in the state of Tennessee and haven't had for 20 years. So exactly what are we losing?
We didn't lose anything, but my thing is like we don't understand our value or power, or we don't really we advocate for everybody and everything but ourselves. Because if we have done so, we wouldn't be at this point now in our history right now. If we was really taking care of business, but people make all these excuses, blame the orange man, blame the orange man. He ain't been president that long. Come on now. I mean,
Well,
it's like only so
he's the
much.
boogeyman,
Yeah.
the Baba Yaga. But what do you use the boogeyman for?
To scare people to do right.
Yeah. And what does that mean? It's usually children who are not adults. They're not fully responsible because they haven't grown up. And that is also a reflection on the breakdown of your discipline when you have to have a boogeyman to threaten your children to get them to do what you want them to do.
Right.
So we've got
Exactly.
a boogeyman to get the occupants of the Democratic Party plantation to do what they want them to do. And they've been well trained. And now instead of having the King Cotton oriented slave Negro, they've got the Rainbow Negro working for Tranny Queen Rainbow.
Mm.
And the Negroes have no cotton to pick or crops to pick. So when you get idleness, you get mischief. Idle minds mischief make. So we've got a lot of idle folk here in Memphis, Tennessee, and a lot of Negro overseers who still work the plantation to keep as many Negroes and a few blacks they can manage in line and useful economically to the powers that be, which they're trying to become part of by stealing from the rest of us. And I keep saying theft because my business was criminal law for a half century, and I
Mhm.
know crime when I see it. And we've got some crooks in public office who are ripping us off. There are some exceptions, but too many that aren't.
Therein lies the rub. But thank you so much, brother Judge, the honorable one and only Judge Joe Brown, for sharing this Saturday with us, this Saturday morning and early afternoon. We got a lot to learn. Thank you for having class. We appreciate it.
All right.
All right. And that does it
I'm
for this
up and
edition.
away.
Up and away. Yeah, Superman, Judge Joe Brown. He don't mess around. All for the people. So thank y'all for tuning out to tune in to get in where you don't fit in. Like I said, Dr. Michael King Jr., human salvation lies in the hands of the creatively maladjusted. It's official. I'm off the air. Thank y'all so much for hanging out. It's going to be in the archives. Thank you, Sister Betty Jones, for the donation. Y'all can still make them donations. Y'all know where to go. Because we 20 years in the game as we all be in it to win it. One love. Once again, see y'all soon. Look for me in the whirlwind. Hey, Wilbur.